Oh, is my mic working? Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. What's good, y'all? Appreciate y'all coming through. Lickety split. Y'all work fast. Y'all work fast. Right now I'm eating. Right back where I'm going. Yeah. Right now I'm eating some orange chicken, so don't mind me chewing. Got some Minute Maid zero sugar fruit punch to the side. You always need a bev. Y'all make sure y'all get y'all snacks. I'm not sure how long this stream is gonna be, but I guarantee you we're gonna be here for a while. I guarantee you we're gonna be here for a while. We're gonna be here for a while, y'all. I'm projecting a cool 3 hours. Like a cool, calm 3 hours. But who knows? Let me get my last little bites of orange chicken and rice. Here, get a bite. Get a bite. Take a bite. Take the last bite. Here. I'm on it to the mic. Get a bite, y'all. I don't want y'all to be hungry, man. Get a bite. Did y'all get y'all portions? Alright, good job, man. Best friend calling me. Can't talk right now. I'm streaming. I'm unavailable at the moment. Good, Sam, man. Alright. As the title of the stream implies, I'm gonna be looking at yesterday's video, but I'm gonna be looking at the comments. I think out of every video I've made during this season, I think this one has some of the most interesting and interactive comments. So instead of just replying to all the ones that I saw, I replied to a few. I'm gonna go ahead and just do this stream and just look at each comment or some of the more relevant ones and actually give my thoughts and opinions on them, because I think some people had some very good points, others not so much. But as a collective, we can just look at these comments and sort of give our collective intellectual opinions, right? How does that sound, everybody? I mean, it sounds great. To me, it sounds great. All right, I'm doing my orange chicken. That was fire. That's exactly what I needed. I was craving it for like the last 2 days. I tried to get it 2 nights ago. They didn't have it. I wanted to cry. I had to get something else. And then what I got ended up being kind of trash. Should have got something else. But it's okay, because I got my Minute Maid sugar. Zero sugar. That was worth it. That was a great meal. It was a fantastic meal, actually. Y'all get y'all snacks. Now get your water. Stay hydrated. Y'all be shopping at Bath and Body Works. Get your smell goods from there. I had to get some deodorant. I ran out. My favorite scent is mahogany teakwood. You can't go wrong with it. You cannot go wrong with it at all. One of the best smells out there. Super bias. So much bias. Lots and lots of bias. This nigga said orange chicken made from meow meow be fire. That might be racist. You're gonna get canceled. Not by me though. Asian Twitter, get them. I got a lot of cologne too, but I don't get cologne from Bath and Body Works. That's tacky. In my opinion. I'm not gonna judge you if you do, but that's tacky. Let's be better individuals and get our cologne from actual cool places. I was supposed to wear some earlier, but I forgot to put it on, so I just let my natural aura rock. You know, sometimes you just got to do that. Yo, I don't know what my channel has going on with some of these recommended videos. Just not understanding. Like, why is there a video of rejection over here? I don't even use this channel to watch YouTube. Out of all out of all the videos, why is that the one to show up? I'm a fragrance head. What's your top 5 right now? Carolina Herrera, Bad Boy, Cobalt. That's one. Before that, I was wearing Acqua di Gio Profondo. So that's 2. These aren't in any particular order, just kind of like what I was wearing most recently. I just got John Paul La Male Elixir. That one smells good. I haven't worn it, but I had a tester version of it, so I know that one's amazing. I think I'm gonna go back to wearing Jimmy Choo Man Intense. And then there's this one like low-key one I get from PacSun that I'm gonna have to re-up on soon. It's called a fragrance for all. That one's really good. Very it's just a nice smell. Like if your homeboy wore it, if your girl wore it, your homegirl wore it, it's just fire, bro. It fits everybody. It's just very good. I also gave one of my colognes, or one of my colognes to my homegirl, because she likes that musk smell, so she asked if she could have it. And you know, I'm not one to gatekeep, so I let her have it. Plus I had a bigger version of it anyway, so. Let me type this thing real quick and we'll get right into it. All right, hopefully that joke hit. All right, let's lock in. Close Discord. Let me zoom in this tab. Oh, that affects everything. That's so unfortunate. My favorite type of smell. I don't really know how to describe it. Like sweet, I guess. Something more like sweet. I don't really like fruity smells. I know that. I don't like old smells either. Like there are just scents that just smell old. Like me and my friend, we tried to like get some like colognes and perfumes that are made in France, right? And one of them just smelled like an old lady, and like it was very sad. I was kind of disappointed. It just smelled old as hell. I did not like it at all. Yeah. What else do I like? I think I think most people can agree. Like I just like stronger scents, like scents that are more apparent than anything. Busy as shit at work, but I'm here in spirit. W Code Archives. I'm gonna let y'all in on a little secret. We got 2. I'm gonna say 2.5 collabs planned. Does barbershop smell count as old? Kind of. One of the John Paul's, one of those colognes, they literally smell like you just got a fresh lineup, bro. And I just can't do that one anymore. Like I could do it when I was a kid, because I didn't like have a full grasp of like smells. But now that my nose understands more smells, I just can't do that one. There is a there is one I wanted to try, like I wanted to like get, but my brother was like, nah. It's I think it's called Fireplace. I saw it at, what is that store? Sephora? Yeah, we didn't go to Ulta. I think it was Sephora at the mall. They had it there and I smelled it. It was like low key. It was like kind of low key. It wasn't bad, but like it wasn't great either. It was just it just was. But it definitely had like an older smell to it. I will say that. All right, I zoomed in. What's good, Links? Yo, shout out to Links for being here. Shout out to Links for saying that 160 review was one of his new favorite video. Probably the best review video I've made in like, I don't know, 2 months. Let's be real. This was probably the best video I've ever made. Actually, the only review video that tops 160 or equates to it is 132. 132's review was actually fire. I love that review. That's one of my favorites. Spectre Ghost EDP by Fragrance. White Fragrance World. I think you'll fuck with it. Hold on, let me look up. I get all my colognes from I'm gonna title this section Fragrance Talk. I get all my colognes from fragrancex.com. Let me look that up real quick. I got some good ones. Like I got the one by Dolce. I think it's Dolce & Gabbana. I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, see, that showed up fast. This one's kind of cheap. Wait, let me see. Wait, is this the only one? There's only 7 in stock right now. Can I get a review? Ah, no review. Ah, that's trash. Ah, that sucks. Is that a bullet in the this actually, it looks fire. I'm gonna be honest with you, the thing looks fire. Oh, I do like woody notes. Yes. Okay, so the scent type is rich, deep, and enigmatic. Fragrance family is oriental woody. I think you're right. I think I would like this one. You might have just put me on. Let me go ahead and like save this for later. Shout out to Sandman for being an ordeal intellectual and knowing his colognes. He's not your average guy. I have an entire list of colognes. This is supposed to go to the bottom. I don't know why it's still there. Yeah, I spelled that right. All right. W edition. Shout out to Sandman. All right, let me put something on for my lips real quick. We can get into this video. We can get into the actual subject matter, the grand subject matter. Chicken. I could probably still hear me low key. Omen review is up there for me. Oh really? I got some reviews, man. I got some good. I enjoy that this time period helps just kind of increase my overall skill. You know, very good, very good. All right. Now, what did I want to do first? Now, real quick, I do want to give a quick appreciation. We done hit 3,900 subs. Shout out to everybody who subs. Shout out to everybody who likes. Shout out to everybody who comments. You guys are great. You guys are amazing. Ready for the last chapter coming? I already read it. I don't like it. I already read 161 and I don't like it. But we'll get to that next week. Just know, I don't think the review will be as intense as this one was, but I will point out why I don't like the episode. I was gonna gatekeep, but Huh. I might have to save that one for later. I don't feel like looking that one up. I'm gonna screenshot that one. You don't like it either? Okay, good. Well, I feel like people were hyping it up for like weeks now. You said you knew you. I'm glad we can agree on 161. I knew I was the only one. I think I was supposed to say wasn't. I said the same shit. Yeah, just it's not good. It's not good. It's not a good episode either though. Like, I don't think it's a good episode either, but like as a finale, it's just the worst one we've gotten objectively. The episode structure, the first part of it, for everybody who's watching who hasn't read it, no, we don't do spoilers here. Just though the first part of it is good, like it's good, or it's like a good, it's like the, in my opinion, it's really the only good part of the episode. Everything else just falls off. I'll explain why in the review, but to sum it up in one word, it feels forced. That's what I will say. To sum it up, or I should say to sum it up in a phrase. To sum it up in one phrase, it feels forced. And I will talk about that further next week. I actually have to outline the episode review tonight so that I can do the script tomorrow. But again, I don't think 161 will be as intense and as long as 160, but it will be very clear as to why I do not like that episode, and to why I feel like the structure isn't bad, but like it's just not a good episode. And it's not a good episode because it's the final episode. Like, this wasn't like that sort of awe-inspiring episode it should have been, right? Or that like grand conclusion. So yeah. But we'll get into all that next week in the comics. And then we can also do a 161 talk after the review. I should be off the following week for us to do this sort of same thing, and we can do like a grander talk where we don't necessarily focus on the comics, but we kind of look at the season as a whole. But I also will be doing when that review is over, I will also be doing a discussion video for like a channel update, and I'll just kind of go over what things will look like moving forward now that the season's over. I'll talk about videos, I'll talk about streaming, I'll talk about like all those things, right? But yeah. Real quick, season 3, in my opinion, did not live up to my expectations. Nah, I wouldn't say forced. I just think it wasn't good closing to the whole season. Nah, there's a specific reason I say it's forced. Feels like we needed at least 2 more episodes to wrap up the season. I agree. The way the episode ends, it's on a cliffhanger, but it's not like a like, oh no, like that's the end cliffhanger. It's more like a, okay, well, where's the rest? Like where's the rest, my nigga? There's clearly more here, so why is it stopping right here? But we'll get to that. All right, switching subjects. Yeah, I'm gonna just name this. I'm gonna name this section Fragrance Talk. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Okay, do I remember how to do this? Absolutely, I do. I still got it. Can y'all see that good enough? Let me actually check. I can't really tell because like the rectangle on my other monitor is small, so I can't really tell how good that looks for y'all. But I did zoom it up clearly. Ken Cap, we needed about 5 to wrap it up. Either way, we definitely needed more. Yeah, y'all can see that good. Sheesh, hold up, this kind of some good quality. Low budget streamer, still giving out great quality. I wish I could kind of move this entire thing over. Like, I don't really need any of these over here. But we're just gonna go from the comments from like top to bottom. I don't think I'll look at every single one, but the major ones, like the ones here, right? The one those will get read, but like the ones with replies, I don't think like the replies. We're not really gonna look at replies. Okay. Starting from very top, my pinned comment: petition for a Jay the God tier cameo insert to be bad as canned. Now, all I'm saying is Nara got an insert. Where's my insert, Brent? That's all I'm saying. I feel like I've done the job. I feel like I've earned it. Can I get it? Can I get it? Now, the reason I did Vadic's hand specifically, this is slightly a joke, just because Vadic doesn't have a hand. There's like no notable character who is associated with Vadic in the royal position. So I just thought it would be fun if, you know, if Brent was like, let me go ahead and just do it like that, right? I just thought that'd be fun. Now, how would that character work? We'll see. I think a psychic talent. Some of the people in the replies said, I think that fits. That fits me as well. Who's Nara's insert? It's Lath. On one of, I think it's either his, it's either one of his early, what's it called? What's the word I'm looking for? Live streams. One of his early reaction streams, or one of his early reviews. Brent commented that Nara's hair, or Lath's hair, is based off of Nara. So it kind of just subverted into like Lath being based on Nara. Well, at least from that point. And I feel like we can all kind of agree with that. Ovieta, we don't know what his talent is, but I don't disagree with that. I like the idea of me having a psychic talent though. I feel like it fits. What would my character do? Because if you give Vadic a hand, you have to answer like questions like the one in the video where it mentions what was his hand doing during the Padmo's breakout. Right here. This would be very tricky to explain because there's not like that many things you could just kind of one off and say he was doing. I think if Brent uses Dean again, you could say my character is sort of looking for Dean. And outside of that, you could also do it like a more personal thing, like my character's character, who they are as a person is just shitty. So you could have like Vadic sort of wave him away and like force him to like live amongst like humans or something like that. I don't know. A Kimyo who's like a racist would be very interesting. Probably being a secretary. Ew, a secretary. Man, you kind of downplaying me a little bit. I don't know how I feel about that. But this is a slight joke, slight like where's my insert. No, nothing like too serious about here. However, I will bring this up to Brent. Trust he'll hear about this. Okay, then we got Ross, Shay, and Vadic so far probably small planet level, while Kevin is star level. It seems like a fair. I said I agree. I just said I agree. I feel like this is kind of fair. Shay kind of cuts the moon in half. It doesn't like it does take most of his power. Like let's just say like 99%. But it doesn't seem like it takes. It doesn't feel like the moon. How do I explain this? It feels kind of like almost too easy at the level he's displaying. So like small planet might be kind of okay, or like something slightly bigger than the moon would be okay. Obviously Kevin is sort of known star level because he pushed the stars apart. He didn't destroy them, but he pushed two of them away from each other, which is kind of like it's a unique feat. Definitely a star adjacent feat. Maybe not level, but definitely adjacent. It'd be the same as like pushing two planets apart, basically. So like he didn't destroy the planets, but he was able to separate their gravitational fields, which is star vicinity, you know. Small planet just feels like okay. I feel like it fits some of like the numbers. Like from a numbers point of view, it kind of fits. Like I feel like, but like that's like the max you could really go realistically. It's like the max. Goku still solo my goats. I don't care. I calls like I see it. Hoe ass nigga. Yeah, this feels fair. I don't think we can like kind of go up any higher. And Moon is like more definitive, but you could kind of edge it out. You could kind of edge it out at Small Planet. You could kind of edge it out. This combo was very interesting. Is it? Yeah, there it is. This comment was very interesting. Shout out Anthony Dice. Shout out him being a channel member for 2 months. Shout out, bro. Okay, so he says, so this chapter to me confirms that the three Adamos brothers are state talents. Ilio's special ability is Insane Regen. Okeanos is Sea Life. I say that because of the water companion and his being truly connected to his talent since birth. And Kataigita being the Sentinel power. this this part is eh. This part is eh. This part is eh. To me, this makes sense because the line the Lord said about Thanatos was mad. Was mad? Oh, about Thanatos was mad because he was made different from his brothers. This also explains why Katakita was harder for Kevin to master and why he probably couldn't, because his state's special ability functions differently than his brothers. This also explains why the big three talents are so strong. They are all state types, but each specialize in different things. Ilios is the most versatile. Flame's temperature can be controlled, and fire has way more function than others. Okeanos is the most creative and best control, like Rand. The range of his ability makes sense because water is everywhere and is more of an external source. It's also the substance that can take different forms with more ease. Then Cat is the most destructive and dangerous. Lightning is overall the most dangerous and destructive. Its speed and power is unmatched, and it makes sense for it to be favored amongst his sons. I agree with most of what he says here. I think a lot of his points are very concise and good. I'm not sure how I feel about it being sort of confirmed that all three of the others are state types. I think you can just as easily say that Cat is a power haste type, since haste fits with how he's been perceived by Thanatos, and power would also sort of fall in line with what's the talent name? Havoc taking from Katagita directly, and then it sort of being confirmed that not confirmed, but I guess it would then sort of fit. If he takes from Katagita directly, he also shares both of his types, right? That's how I feel like that works, right? I don't like the idea of every single one being a state, especially like what if Thanatos is also a state? It just wouldn't make sense, but it would feel less unique. It just feels less unique. Not great in that department. So if Cat is a state member, it wouldn't be horrible. Like I didn't really like that Okeanos is a state talent as well, but it fits because he's sort of Ilios's twin. You can kind of make it work in that way, but Cat, I feel like Cat being different also from Thanatos would be a good contrast, and that difference would come from him being a power type and not a state type. So if he's a state type, I guess, but if he's not, I think it'd be better overall, just more grand uniqueness. But everything he says here is very good, especially like the points about the differences between the abilities. I think very good, very smart guy. Okay, so we got what is this nigga's name? Sanhornigam? Yeah. I got some pretty unique names, I'm gonna be honest with you. Honestly, after that, I'd really like to see how the fight between Konos and the parents of the Great Four went, because I feel that a lot of our questions about how the heck Konos actually works would be answered, and also because I just like a good old fight. I agree. I do think there's a way to explain Konos' regen, very, very roundabout. However, it still directly uses chi. I think there's a comment that specifically made me think of it. Let me see if I can find it. Is it this one? I saw this one last night and I didn't read it, so I'll read it later. I don't think so. Maybe not. I'll get into that subject later, though. We'll spin back to how we can explain Mer being regenerated. I do think it's possible for the fight to explain how his regen works. It's just like it could have at least been alluded to in this episode, right? Especially assuming if Seth and Azura are idiots and they kind of just can figure things out, like because they're smart and they're like blessed. I feel like it makes sense. Let me look at chat real quick. I gotta be a hoe. Now I'll say just moon level. Shade just splits it, not destroys it. I feel like you can, if he used a different attack, he could destroy it. Like if he used a big enough Tomas, he could destroy it. That's the thing. I think it just depends on the attack. Isn't Kevin being a sentinel a factor of him not being able to master his talent, aka get a state? Question mark. Yeah, so Kevin being a sentinel is it's like his body was destroyed, so So he's now just living chi, right? That's why he's a sentinel. So that's why I disagree, because it doesn't technically fit. Like, we don't know how his state works if he's a state. So plus state talents aren't that different from each other, like conceptually. When you get a chance, I think after becoming living talents, become states after death while being elemental, water, and range control for Ilios. Range control for Ilios? Ilios is an elemental state. What are you talking about, gang? Why would you put that in there? Ilios is also an elemental talent. You know that, right? Jay, did you know your name means to rejoice or cheerful or chatty person? Where you get that from? Where you look that up at? He's a sentinel because he survived the process of his talent destroying his body. Yes. I think one thing I will say, I think talent types are, at least in my opinion, a more modern thing. So, and then the Great Four and the brothers are very unique cases. So them being I guess state talents, it just feels like obviously like they are the first state talents, I guess. But only because they're living talents, right? You know what I mean? What's up, Naomi? But I also think you could argue that they were state. I'm also saying this in air quotes. They were state talents in like during their lifetime. I think that there's a possible argument to be made there too. But it's not that deep. We got It's Nothing says, I hope season 4 has more casual slow moments. Love to see more of that, of the side characters. The King Charles dialogue needs to be toned down a bit, not gonna lie. This part I kind of disagree with. I actually like the way the characters talk in the series. It feels nice. I don't know, it just feels like everybody's like not an idiot. This is a truth about the entirety of the series. People just want to see more of the other characters. I think somebody brought this sort of Shay-centric thing up somewhere else too. And then I hope to see, like, this part, definitely not gonna happen. Like, definitely not gonna happen. Like, I don't think season 4 will be like season 3 in terms of intensity, but like casual, like this is not happening. This is not happening. Like that's not happening. Especially like in Trinidad, where niggas is getting assaulted and they got cuffs around their necks. Yeah, ain't nothing casual about season 4, man. It's gonna be bad. You said Google, lol. I was trying to be like a little bit more specific, but I guess. Sorry, if Kevin's become a sentinel because he wasn't able to master his state form, doesn't that make Lewis Hemlock's sentinel form a state talent? No, the term state in the series is used like not vaguely. It's used kind of like sparingly. It's like how do I describe it? The thing is that the death stance isn't it's not a state in the same way the others are. It's a form. It's a technique. It's a technique that shows up as a form, specifically in the way he uses it against Veal. He didn't need to go like further into the technique. The way he does it, it's simply a technique that allows him to be what's the word? Was it invulnerable? Is that how Leo uses it? I think that's how he uses it. But yeah, it's a technique. So it starts out as a technique, and then it's a technique that sort of encapsulates and becomes a full form, right? But it's not a state. It's not like, at least like in the sort of directly state talent way, Like, yes, Lewis is becoming Ash, but it's because he's fusing with Ash, right? He's like actually becoming Ash. As opposed to what's the word I'm looking for? As opposed to becoming like Ash, I guess, is what I want to say. Whereas Shay's becoming like Ilios and Vatic is becoming like Okeanos. Lewis is not becoming like Ash. He's like actually Ash. He's actually Ash. The same way Kevin is actually like Chi, right? Goro's different though. We don't talk about Goro. Not here. Is the right one? This is not the right one. Oh, I don't know. I clicked on the wrong episode. I should have knew it wasn't that one. He does say invulnerable. He says invulnerability. Talking about intangible. He says invulnerability. I knew I was right. Can't trust y'all. All right. Shout out Michael Etahan. That's a cool last name. I feel like that there are still things about cameos that are still not revealed in the story. I agree. There's just one thing I will say is that the opening from the start of the series in season 1, I really wish Hyde-Ford stays with the animal theme. I mean, technically it does. Technically it does. Hyde Forge is Lion and Rhino. Blacksmith Forge is anything. So technically Hyde Forge does have the animal theme. Especially when you look into Tevin this season, where he uses like the actual, was it fibers? I forgot what was it. Keratin's a protein, right? Yeah, where he like actually like he furthers his like the animal connection basically, right? So technically speaking, that's still true. Wait, that said, I have no questions. I'm dumb as hell. Everyone else is throwing stuff out there. He said, I was thinking his fire didn't need oxygen to burn, but I forgot about season 3 premiere. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Wait, okay, so what was I saying? This comment right here. So one thing about ordeal, and I feel like it's like too vague, is the enhancement to strength, endurance, and regeneration that is mentioned in the very first episode. I think how do I say it? It's clearly true because like stronger and like just developed Kimyos are stronger than humans, right? Or that's supposed to be the consensus, right? Anton could be the unofficial hand of Vatic. That doesn't make sense because that Anton is a part of the Codeheads. Why would he be a part of both groups? That's not necessary. They could have just given Vatic an actual hand then. But Vatic's also an official member of the God tier, whereas Aaliyah wasn't. The thing, so it's like the series like kind of dips and like it kind of goes up and down when it wants to sort of showcase these things. So I should probably just put it on the screen. I'm sorry, y'all. So we know of like characters like increased strength, endurance, and regeneration, right? Like all of these have been shown, but how they've been shown on a base level is just not really there, right? If we look at like Tevin versus what's his name, San Raz, we could kind of see the strength there, where because he punches him so hard he literally goes into the air and gets like electrocuted by the barrier or something, right? So we see like the increased strength right there. We also see that in like with Andrea. Even as a kid, her father says she was abnormally strong. So we're seeing that sort of minor handling in that regard. Endurance has really been shown this season. We're really being shown how much stamina Kimyo can actually have, especially on these higher levels, right? Regeneration. Obviously did a whole section on regeneration, but regeneration is, I feel like it's not the best word to use, but I guess it's supposed to be implied that Kimyos have better healing. I think at a base level it could be speed. They like heal faster. Because even Andrea's gunshot wound, it heals, but she gets a scar. So it's not like the entire wound is like gone, right? Like it's not fully restored to its peak condition, right? So that makes Ilios' statement kind of like untrue. And that's the thing. There are just moments in the series where like this type of thing is just not as consistent, right? So like some specifically like something like this. Like these are kind of consistent. Like this also feels like talent specific, right? Especially with the example I used in the video, where Dr. Evans says he's seen talents with healing factors. So you basically get potentially faster healing, and then depending on your talent, you can just also get better healing overall, right? That kind of begs the question of how do I want to say it? Like, is it dependent on DNA or is it dependent on talent, right? There's also the fact that Rokash is able to heal from not Rokash. Tevin is able to heal from the atom splitting cut from Rokash, which I'm pretty sure Nara told to me it's like something you shouldn't be able to heal from. So we're seeing like little bits of it right there, but I feel like some of this like base level healing stuff, like some of these base level enhancements can be more clear in certain areas. And I feel like it's this one mostly. We see this one, like Andrea was able to punch a truck. Like she punched a truck and like, I don't know, like a third to like a half of it is just blown up. Like she's strong as fuck, right? Well, the endurance aspect, like I said, it's really been highlighted this season. The regeneration thing, it's kind of like, it's weird. It's more weird than these two because it's a base level healing, but it's also very dependent on talents. And the reason I bring that up is because of this comment, because I feel like some of these sort of base level things, while they're literally just told to us in the first episode, they're not fully explored on a base level further for us to then be shown like what it can look like at higher levels, right? There is no real minimum we see, I guess. Like there's no minimum, I guess. Because we see like we literally see Leo fight Rokash. We see, you know, Shay and Tevin fight, you know, other MMA fighters. And then we see, you know, training, and then we see like the Tevin and Tevin and Shay against the freaking Golem brothers. And then we also see what's her name? The lady. We see Farah versus was it Kanehime? So it's like it doesn't feel like there's a real base, because what we're seeing is like not, I'm not gonna say it's expert level, but it's definitely not like the mundane level of Kimyo's, right? You know what I mean? All right, let me go back. Why do you think that Leo was the unofficial rank 1? Because they recognize his power, but he wasn't an official part of Code. He just wasn't. I kind of want a Cyclops or Mythical Hide from Tevin just to see how creative he could be. I agree, that'd be kind of cool. Cyclops would actually be pretty fire, not gonna lie. Do you think Kirito and Yukiko will meet next season, and how do you think that interaction would go? The only reason they'll meet in any capacity is for, in my opinion, is for them to do a sort of Sabito versus Veal next generation sort of thing. That's the only real way I see them interacting, unless we go the route of Kirito being a good person, which then you could say that that interaction, even though Yukiko doesn't know about their other brother the way Shay does, at least to my knowledge and from what we've seen, she doesn't really, she's unaware. You could, if she does know, you could potentially have her like interact with him in more of a caring way, and if they fight, Kirito will reject it, and if not, he'll accept it, right? Little vague in that area. Andrea, when she fought Grimdora before Azam, was a good display of natural chemistry strength. I kind of agree. But Andrea's also naturally strong too. Wait, I can't lie. I attributed the minor enhancements to healing to be akin to things like healing torn muscle tissue slightly faster or healing broken bones faster. Anything more concrete is exactly. I think that's fair. Did you think the gods here are actually ranked by strength? I thought Bjorn versus Kofi. Who do you have winning? Me and Nara will discuss that, but I think our natural consensus is Bjorn. I think our consensus is Bjorn. I think Kofi's display this season is just bad. It's just bad. It's just bad. Like, there are like, who do I want to like? Yeah, for like Bjorn as an example, Bjorn has like a better comparative display against a character more comparative to another character who's compared to the Great Four, right? Like Kofi's display against Konos, while it's very sort of specific because of his regen, it's just not as good as like Bjorn, who fights Veil, who's also compared by Ilios to the Great Four in Chi, right? And then we see kind of why he's compared to them, right? He can even bypass Ilios' healing, which also never really gets an explanation, but you could also just chalk that up to sort of reverse healing. I don't know. Like what's the word I'm looking for? Like reversal. I don't know. We can get to that later. It's also crazy that Andrea, who was meant to train the Wolfpack, is now the weakest one of them. Excluding what's her name? Yeah. Konos versus Doomsday. Well, I don't know. I'm actually not very, what's the word I'm looking for? Very comically in tune. I think Doomsday. I'm kind of upset. I wish Brent saved the Adamos family stuff for 160, right when Okeanos poked at Murray would have been perfect. That's fair. These Titan generals and Gaki gonna have to get way stronger because his Val is carrying the villains. Yeah. The thing is like, I think there's also a natural consensus that like Jose just fought the wrong person. Like he fought someone too like much stronger than him, clearly. But like if Jose fought, you know, like there's also I should say this, like what's my take on Kofi versus Sabito, but I'll get into that later. And me and Nara are gonna do a whole video about it. So you said no trust, Doomsday slams Konos. Okay, good. I just know like the basic stuff about Doomsday, not like any actual feats, right? But you know, shout out Doomsday. What was I gonna say? Yeah, Jose. So, like, how do I describe this? So the level the villains are at isn't horrible, especially if we look at like characters who are mentally nerfed, like Andrea, like. But then we also have to look at Andrea when she uses Noragiri versus Jose and Lath, right? Like the level the villains aren't actually that horrible. And he's not even an official Gaki, right? He's like essentially he's not even really a royal in my opinion. He might even be closer to the pillar sort of tier, right? But like the display and level that they're at is kind of fine, right? But like we've really barely seen the actual like anti-god tier in their full display, right? We only have we have a kid, we have a literal child who fought Abijah on a base level, which is not a bad display. we didn't even see what's his name? We didn't even see the Beast Gaki fight. We saw his brother, and his brother is comparable to Orion, slightly better because he can regen and heal fast, and he can just continuously keep moving while the thing is like destroying his body, right? So there's that. And then obviously we have Konos, but then we have like Roberto, who literally does nothing. So it's like we don't actually have a good gauge of what these villains are truly capable of when they fight, right? Outside of like Konos, right? And then like Veal, right? We don't actually have a good gauge on their specific strengths, because they're either supposed to be on the level of the god tier, or as Brent said and I used in that one review, they're supposed to be stronger than the god tier, right? So, but like we have a better gauge of like weaker characters, I guess, or like the characters who are supposed to be beneath him at different stages, right? Like, and then even somebody like Andrea with the sort of amp, but the sort of amp from Noragiri can at some point outright defeat Jose and Lathe. You know what I mean? So the level the villains aren't at is like isn't horrible. It's just really definitively unknown. Whereas the god tier have sort of quote unquote better, like more definitive strength. Okay. Read that one. I hope he doesn't become a good guy. There's a lot of potential with characters, so it depends on what Brent does with him. I don't want him to be a good guy either. I think for Kirito, what would be a really good like ending is if he were to like die and we got a memory flash. That'd be pretty cool. My current top 10 strongest cameos, I honestly don't feel like doing that one. I could make that a video though. It's implied that Curse Andrea was gonna beat Jose and Lathe from Shay. Yeah, like I don't disagree with that. Maybe the corrosive nature of Veal's blood has something to do with it. Oh yeah. Do you think the story would change if Shay didn't lose his talent as a baby? Would the story be different? Vastly. That's a very big change. What's something on your season 4 wish list? I don't even have a season 4 wish list. I have a season like 3.5 wish list. I don't even want to think about season 4 because this season isn't done. Like it's not done. Like, and when I say it's not done, I don't mean because the final episode of the season isn't out. I mean the contents of the season are not wrapped up. So, but I'll get into that in my review. Do you think the guy Azam fought is a Gaki level? No. I put him at Titan General. Ephialtes? No. He's not. He's nowhere near Gaki level. At least like on a base, his creations can be. Since, but it's more of a like how it's literally Ephialtes is the embodiment of if I say it like this, you lose, right? Like if I write it like this, if I give my thing this ability, you can't do anything, right? So his level, at least on a base, is very low, but his actual creations, their level can kind of differ in depending on either who he's writing it to contend against, as well as what he writes definitively, right? Because Azam at first wasn't able to hit the Nightmare Ephialtes, but then when he kind of realized what he was and actually used his full speed, he was able to cut him, right? So the level at which Ephialtes' creations is really what determines his strength. But at a base, I would put him at Titan General or 150. He isn't very strong, if I'm being honest with you. I think a lot of the other characters we've seen already could beat him if they just don't let him write, which somebody like Jamie from the war isn't just gonna let him sit there and write things down, right? Also, I think we can get Shay to star level based on Martinez orbs. No, we can't actually. I would never. That's not a good argument. Don't do that. It's a bit off topic, but I really liked seeing the small scale bits of power from Andrea, seeing her obliterate that truck and runs. I agree. I would have loved Jose versus Lewis fight would have made his and Minamoto conversation come full circle. You might have to explain on that one. Anton slaps because he likes pizza. The Gaki for just plot conveniences this season. Yeah. Lewis versus Lath and Base Jose. And Base Jose? I think Lewis can beat Lath. Lewis versus Base Jose. That's a little contentious. I don't think Lewis has enough chi to get out of Jose's stars. Right? I think that's a you have to, that's a very big part of the argument for that, right? As much as I hate to say it, we need a season 3 part 2. Yeah, exactly. It's necessary. There's no way around it, in my opinion. You can't end the season, like if the season stopped right here, like let's just say this was the last episode, you can't end the season without looking at a lot of previous like points, right? And one of the most major points of season 3, or I should say plot, the overall plot of season 3 was already introduced in episode 14 with them trying to use the Great Four Talents against Thanatos, right? And all of the things we actually see was simply them just kind of doing little missions here and there to destroy and disrupt what Thanatos actually had set up and was trying to do. But the actual plot of this season doesn't finish. Jay, how's your day been so far? Pretty good. Pretty good. We're streaming for almost an hour. Pretty good. The orange chicken I had earlier was really good too. Can't wait to see what Brent was holding back, showing us about Sabito. He should have shown us Sabito versus Vale this season. And then Nara said, Lewis and Minamoto conversation was about weight not mattering to their talents. Ah, okay, I see. Jose has unquantifiable weight for his stars. Brent would have been forced to reveal death stance in that fight. Okay. I see your point. I forgot. I didn't forget the conversation, but I didn't make that weight connection, right? For weight not mattering. Yes, this is very good. It's a very good point. Tease after tease, then lackluster results. That's funny. That's funny. All right, moving on. We got it's Quake Prince. It was so nice to see the Water Brother, pretty much Poseidon, a hint of his power. Yeah. Shout out. I don't like Vatic. I don't like overly like him. I don't hate him anymore. I don't dislike him. I will say that, but I'm just gonna need a little bit more from him to really like solidify my like for him. He's not like in any of my favorite characters or anything, but this was him showing up was very nice. I will say that. Okay, I assume Konos had a huge buff to his regen and stats based on the overflowing chi from eating all the fruit, but since then has depleted. This is the comment I was talking about earlier. But since then has been depleted to his current state. Might just be me missing something. Good video as well, Chief. First of all, appreciate you. Second of all, so the fruits really just enhanced it. Like the fruits, from how they're described, simply increase chi, right? Now, I'm not saying that they don't increase like natural stats. I think I mentioned that it actually does add to their like physical capabilities, right? But I think the bigger aspect of them is increasing chi. But the fruits also do increase stats because Konos literally gets bigger. He's like an actual, he's like essentially a grown man compared to what he was in the earlier aspects of the episode, right? But since then has depleted to his current state. Like, I don't think these two statements are proper, because the fruits, from how they're depicted, they increase chi and chi limit at the same time, right? Like they're increasing both in tandem with one another, right? So all the chi he had back then should be the exact same he has now. Like there shouldn't be a drop off or any depletion, right? The chi he acquired then should not have dissipated or depleted. That's the thing, right? This is what I disagree with. I don't think, at least the wording or specifically this part, I don't think that is how it's supposed to be interpreted. That's just me though. Yeah, I feel like I explained that well enough. I don't want to talk anymore about that. But some parts were still like really good though. I agree. Vatic is a fraud. Or Jenda. Do you think Shay can beat Pyro from Marvel because he can manipulate fire and absorb it? I don't know who that is. Somebody who's more comic knowledgeable, answer that question. Do you think that Jose star orbs have the actual weight of real stars? No, it's chi weight. It's based on chi. So that's why I said I wouldn't use Shay being able to overcome his stars as a star level feat, because it's based on the weight of Jose's chi and not the actual incalculable like weight of, or the grand weight of actual stars. It's chi weight. So it's basically how much chi, how heavy his chi is. Like, so when we see Shay in episode what's his name, the episode, what, 114, at the end of 113, start of 114, where his weight is literally making the code heads not able to move because they don't have chi like comparable to him to like move in his chi. That's essentially what Jose does in that aspect. His chi kind of forms as stars, and then the weight of his chi is so much because of Vayal and, you know, the chi limit boost and things like that, that when his stars are applied to individuals, the actual mass of what that chi would weigh literally weighs them down, right? Because their chi is now incomprehensible to his chi, right? So like if Jose used that on like Nanaku from season 1, he would just not be able to move because he doesn't have the same level of chi or comparable chi to actually like get out of it, right? But it's not the weight of an actual star. He def beats Pyro. Vatic has to stop. Shay stomps Pyro. Pyro is just a lesser Shay. That's funny. Yes, with Tomas, he can manipulate fire, but Shay fire is mixed with chi to do attacks, making him not able to absorb it, but Pyro can't absorb anything nuclear, so Tomas clears. Shay would lose to Human Torch as of now, though. I have heard of Human Torch and how actually strong he is. Shout out to Human Torch. Shout out Johnny. Okay, so we got Kelp's stand. I can't read it. Maybe Mur adapted to Seth's talent long before their fight while everything was still peaceful. I disagree with this. You had fried chicken with your orange chicken? Oh yeah, you might be racist. I had rice. The reason I disagree with this is because I don't think the flashback is supposed to be depicted. Well, first of all, I don't think Seth would have any reason to show his talent to Mur. However, another thing I think that Mur is supposed to be depicted as is someone like Maharaga, right? So Mur would be more so adapting, or Mur likely adapts to the talents that are actively interacting with him, right? That's why what's his name? Kofi's attacks literally do nothing at a certain point. Like, they literally do nothing, and he has to switch up and use an entirely different attack to do damage, right? So I don't think Mur would have had any sort of means to actually adapt to a talent that isn't interacting with him. Like, especially at a like the size he was, if for whatever reason Seth decided to use Hands of War on Mur, he would just die. Like, he would just die, bro. Like that. Like I don't know how to explain. Like, he would literally just die. Okay, so wait, the scale of power between the big four and every other cameo we have seen is way too big, in my opinion. The difference between Kofi's ultimate attack and Vatic's casual one is way too big. I agree to a certain extent. That's also kind of why like the Gaki exists, because the characters who are supposed to be like on the Great Four level and like kind of closer to the Great Four, being the God tier in air quotes. The God tier supposed to be on their level and above, right? Supposed to be. But the Great Four are the way they're set up, it makes sense as to why they are so strong as opposed to every other talent. But then there's also what's the word I'm looking for? I think I just lost my train of thought. I'm not gonna lie. Hold on, let me find it again. Yeah, my whole train of thought just gone. Hold on, let me reread and get it back. Let me reread and get it back. I do agree with Nara's statement of the Gaki are supposed to fill the gap, right? But there are like definitive characters who can equate them, right? Like if I'm right about what's his name? What is his name? Let me remember. About Orion, he's just one of those characters who can naturally equate to them, right? And then we have Veol, who can equate to them through like basically chi absorption. So I feel like it's also kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? It's also like implied as like in the series, I guess, that like talents are just naturally weaker than they were. So like even the talents that we're seeing probably aren't even the ones that would naturally contend with the Great Four, basically, right? But I do think there are like talents that naturally equate, right? There's also like literal interactions. Like I know I used the analogy of energy to energy in the video, but like Tevin literally has been fireproof since season 1. So like Tevin by nature just kind of, I'm not saying he's a, what's the word? I'm not saying he's like a weakness to Shay, but like Shay's heat, at least at a specific level, just doesn't matter to him. Like it's not a concern, right? So there are like talent interactions like that, right? I don't think the Great Four are too strong. Since we actually see Shay progress with his power, I do think he got too strong too fast, but there definitely is a sort of gap that the Gaki and like the Veol blood boosting is supposed to fill. I think that's the narrative. J-Dad, by the way, back to work I go. Appreciate you being in here. Peace be with you. Peace be with you too, bro. Am I a cat person or a dog person? I'm actually allergic to cats, so I like naturally like dogs, but I really like black cats specifically. What do you think about the Veil fraud allegations? What are the allegations? I guess like a toss-up, I guess. Why are people casually throwing the word fraud? The only fraud is Rokash's nephew. Hey man, yo, K-Ice, I like the way you think, my guy. I like the way you think. Shout out to you for saying that. I hate when people use the word fraud. Piss me off. Shout out Gene Christ, the Hootsa what's it? I think Myrrh healing ability fit in the Ordeal verse. For one, his healing abilities are said to be the only seen with the Great Four talents and Ancient talents. If we take into consideration when Shay fought Veil, even after Ilios burned Veil's cells after Veil cut Shay still couldn't heal. That indicates the Great Four, or should I say Great Seven, healing abilities may not completely be related to Chi. Because if it were once Veil's cells are burned, Veil Chi is no longer in Shay, preventing healing. Therefore, the Chi from Ilios could have healed Shay, but it didn't. Ilios himself was confused why Veil must have Ilios himself was confused why Veil must have infected Shay's body, similar to how cursed talents do. Plus, earlier chapters actually don't align with that Mur is using chi. It is only speculated. Kirito stated that Mur is immortal, meaning if Mur does have limited chi, then it must be something else that is causing him to regenerate, which we don't know of yet. To me, it seems pretty consistent with the story. The whole fight, Kofi is trying to understand who he is up against. Therefore, he is trying to figure out Mur out. So, some of his assumptions initially had to have been wrong. Plus, Ai and Rai are living talents. If their regeneration was based on chi, they wouldn't have died against Shay's attack. They simply would have just regenerated. I already stated that they're different though, so this is a point I don't care about. But it was the heat from Shay that caused them to be unable to just unable to just like the core of the earth. So it's so hot, Mur can't regenerate. Actually, this is incorrect because Mur is actively regenerating inside the earth's core. The idea is that the earth's core is hot enough to continually force his regeneration. So this is incorrect. Which the core of the earth should be how hot Shay flames are, around that level, so it makes sense. Alright, let's dissect this. Let's dissect this. Wait, can't wait for season 4? I sure can. Now in this case, Veil was a fraud or just a minor letdown. Wait, I think it more rock, paper, scissors than I hit them, so you win. Hello? Okay. So healing abilities are said to be only seen with the Great Four talents and Ancient talents. If we take that into consideration, when Shay fought Veil, even after Ilios burned Veil's cells, after Veil cut Shay still couldn't heal. That indicates the Great Four, or should I say Great Seven, healing abilities may not completely be related to chi. I disagree with this statement because the moment Shay enters Ilios state, essentially a higher form of chi, or a higher activates a higher form related to stronger chi, his healing starts. His body literally starts to regen. We actually see this. That's part of the reason Shay even goes into Ilios state. So I feel like that alone kind of discredits this, right? Now, do y'all agree? Am I tripping on that one? Do y'all think that like all the Great Four sort of don't have any chi related healing abilities, right? Or is chi very, very more specifically, at least not all of it, but the grander, higher versions of it are related to chi? Especially if we're looking at Shay as an example, where he literally heals because he's in a higher form, you know, related to stronger chi, right? Or more chi, I should say. Because his base would be using less chi and Ilios state would be using more chi. Am I tripping on that part? Or is that like a agreeable consensus? Let me know. I'm trying to have an open discussion here. Just smack the fuck out my desk, bro. Nah. Shout out Black Moon for being here. Drinking my water. I mean, my Minute Maid Zero Sugar Fruit Punch. That's not water. That's not close to water at all. It's implied that Shay's purple flames can kill Mur, so his ability to heal shouldn't be able to work. What do you think about Kofi? I mean, he's not better than Sabito. I'll let you know that. Sabito's still number one, in my opinion. Sabito's still better. A better, like, fit in the rank that they have. I would say that. Wait, you said, let me reread that. It's implied that Shay's purple flames can kill Mur, so his ability to heal shouldn't be able to work. What do you mean by that? I understand like the first part, but what do you mean by his ability to heal shouldn't be able to work? What do you mean by that? I think since his body is in a higher state, it naturally heals itself, but honestly, the whole thing is confusing. That's kind of fair. The way I look at it is that, yes, like, Kimyo have a base level healing ability the way humans do. Like, our biology just simply allows us to repair tissue, so Kimyos have that as well. But chi, and even more specifically talents, allow for that on a higher level, right? So when Shay literally uses more chi, or more a higher level of chi, or however you want to look at it, he's actively, it, I guess, in turn allows his body to heal much faster, right? Whereas his body, he literally had a hole in his leg, and it was just a hole. Like, it wasn't even repairing that much faster. Like, he still had a hole. Like, there was no active repair we were seeing. Like, he literally goes into Ilio state to heal his leg. Essentially, his highest form, right? Not even his highest form, his second highest form, because there's Ilio state and there's combat mode at that time. So he goes into one of his higher forms to actively increase the speed at which he's healing, or however you want to look at that, right? But essentially, he's still using chi, or more chi, to heal himself. So that, in my opinion, directly relates chi to healing of the body. Like, no matter how you look at it, you can't like not put chi in the conversation, basically. So again, like Sandman said, I'm not tripping, but is there anything else? Is there anything else I'm missing? Let me look at some of these videos on the side. Hold up. That video from Wallace looking kind of crazy. What talent type does Abijah have? I think it's elemental and range control, but what do you think? I think it's also elemental because it's based on wind. Range control can fit because of the crows, but it could also be nat creation. It just depends on how the actual crows work. I think I'm leaning more towards control in that aspect because of the crows. For the crows, not as opposed to range control. I don't think that would fall in creation either, but I think like elemental or control, elemental and control. That's me though. But he should have already had like his stuff given to us, so, which I'll talk about in my season review. I have a lot of points, so many points. Video's probably going to be an hour long, being honest. If we're being really real and really honest, that's going to be a long video. Okay. Moving on, he says, because if it were, once Veil's cells are burned, Veil's chi is no longer in Shay, preventing healing. Therefore, the chi from Ilios could have healed Shay, but it didn't. Ilios himself was confused why. Veil must have affected Shay's body, similar to how cursed talents do. Okay, wait, you said because Myrrh is made of chi and Shay's pearl flames can burn such destroy chi, even to the point of killing a talent. Myrrh's healing shouldn't, or at the very least, slow down significantly because there's less of him to be regenerated. Oh, okay. I see. Yes. I'm understanding. Honestly, the God tier and the God tier adjacent characters we have seen already should have already had their fights. I do think Minamoto should have already fought the Beast Gaki or something along that line. I think Roberto. I don't think Roberto should have had a fight against Ian, but I definitely think Ian and or Reed should have interacted with him more offensively during 144. Like, he shows up and then like they just let him be there. I should have gotten an Atlas fight, and I'm not even even the biggest fan. Yo, shout out my nigga Orion, bro. I think he got some of the best potential in the series. I also think he has good potential for like unique talent transference. but that's specifically because of how his talent works. So if you like his talent, if your talent sort of has that roundabout thing attached to it, I think there's potential for that as well. I really liked Veil's backstory and how Thanatos destroyed his family to recruit him, so Veil does the same to others. I don't really care for his backstory. It wasn't necessary this season. Replace Veil's backstory with Sabito versus Veil. Now we're talking. I don't really care for it. The only thing I really liked about Veil's backstory was Dean. Just because like we saw him get drawn and then he literally appeared like not that long after. Oh, we have a talent description for Reed and he does nothing? Like what? That's what I'm saying. Growing up, no pole. Okay, so Veil must have affected Shay's body similar to how cursed talents do. I don't disagree with this. There's just generally no explanation for why Veil can infect people's bodies permanently, right? Actually, no. I do agree with this point. What you can do, what I think you can say about Veil's blood is that, let's actually, let me look at the chapter. I mean, let's look at it for even better analysis, because, you know, that's what I do, right? We analyze things and we make sure we're as correct as we can possibly be over here. What's good, Faceless? Been here but couldn't type? That's kind of crazy. Oh wait, I thought we would have got the Sabito versus Veil story when Veil seen Yukiko. I wasn't expecting it then, I'll be honest with you. I don't think that'd be the proper time. All right, so let me look at this real quick, real quick. Okay, he says, I can destroy his blood cells before they harm us internally. So he's essentially saying that the moment Veil cuts him, he can stop it from doing further damage, but he can't like heal what's already been infected, basically. But I need to understand why the injury inflicted is beyond my healing. So you could explain this as like Veil's infection. Do we have more explain? What episode do we see Veil's talent description in? What episode is that? It's one of these ones. It's one of these ones. Is it this one? I'm trying to make sure I got all my points, all my evidence laid out properly. Okay, measure amounts of chi, temporary immortality, controls each blood cell individually, allowing them to either destroy the cells of another individual or fuse and expand their chi limit. Okay. Now display. Okay, so yeah, so Veil literally destroys cells, right? Okay, so he's destroying cells. So Ilios can stop further damage. We've seen what like Veil's blood does when it interacts with somebody for more than literally a second in the flashback to the Patmos breakout. But Ilios can burn his cells so that doesn't happen, right? But essentially, the way it's depicted is that Veil is basically destroying these cells beyond repair, right? Or beyond like normal repair, beyond chemical repair, right? And Ilios doesn't even understand this. So, and that's why he says he can heal as a human. So like this point right here is not true. Because if it were, Veil's blood are burn Veil's chi is no longer preventing healing, right? So this isn't true, actually. This isn't true, right? Or at least not to like the clearest degree. Let me make sure I understand what's really being said here. Hold on. I got to highlight so I can read. Healing abilities may not completely be related to chi. We already know that's the truth because of basic biological healing, right? Basic biological healing. So essentially Veal's blood destroys cells, right? You can also say it kind of counteracts chi in that same moment, right? Because now Ilios can't use his chi to heal Shay. He can no longer use his chi to heal Shay, and Shay's body has to naturally heal itself. Essentially. That's essentially what's happening here, right? That's essentially what's happening here, right? And that's like the only real explanation we get, or we can kind of come to, because there's no explanation as to why he can't heal this. So the only thing you can say is that Veal not only destroys cells, but he also counteracts the chi that can be used to actually heal the wounds he inflicts, right? Whether that be naturally or, you know, passively, like something he's actively doing or something he's doing unintentionally, right? And this results in Shay's body, his physical body, that's literally made up of, you know, the same thing as humans. It just also has chi, to be able to have to forcefully heal and repair itself, which is why Ilios says he can still heal as a human, but not as a Kimyo, right? His standard of healing is being nullified. He doesn't know why. So like again, we know this is true because base level healing exists. Like everybody can heal biologically, but after that, this point is not true. This point is not true because yeah, so Shay for this is also a bad example because Shay isn't made completely of chi. This is also just a really bad example. He's also this example for his point also isn't the best in my opinion, right? Do you think Orion can mimic the talent's ability fully or only create weapons from them? For example, what would happen if he got Havoc or Hideforge? I think Brent said they only form as weapons. I'm not really sure. I don't think he. I'd have to look in the whatchamacallit, the what is it, the Q&A. I do think there's potential for him to fully mimic the talent, though. I think it shows up as a weapon, and he can like essentially think of Orion as someone who forces other people's talents to become talent weapons. Think of him like that, right? That's how I think he works. So like, if he were to do that with Havoc, it could show up as like a staff or as like a sword because Jin had two swords, like, and then as Orion uses it, he would be able to do the same thing Jin did, right? Or if what's another good example? Like let's just say he took what's the word I'm looking for? He took a Hothburge for himself, and it just showed up as like a hammer. For whatever reason, I think he would still be able to use the entire talent, right? Like he would still be able to use the whole talent, or he would still be able to use each element basically the same way. It just shows up as a weapon, right? So he's a better Andrea. Their talents don't work the same though. I wouldn't say he's a better Andrea. He's doing something completely different from what she's doing. Andrea's not mimicking a talent or taking a talent for herself. She's like actually, at least from my interpretation, is like basically fusing with the talent or like syncing with it to a high degree, whereas Orion is literally taking someone else's talent and just using it in its entirety himself, right? Whereas he wouldn't be able to fuse with it and like sync it. right? The thing is that I call them weapons, but the second thing that shows up is like, it's not even really a weapon. It's like, you could kind of consider it a fan, but it's more of an object. Like, it has no real like combat capability the same way the scythe did. Like, it's not the same sort of thing, right? So it's more like an object as opposed to, you know, well, actual weapon, right? I'm just using weapons as a grand example. But I think if he got her talent, it could help him out. He would have to use it in a roundabout way, the same way she would. If Orion takes her talent, so like let's just say he takes her talent and he destroys the gem, and her talent shows up as like a gauntlet, right? It's like a gauntlet. He would still like have to use a different weapon. He would still have to like use a different weapon to actually access or like use her talent as full potential. And then even then, Andrea is like I said, Andrea mastered her talent in a very unique way. One of the most unique ways we've seen in the entire series. We really should expand upon that, but you know, who knows what's happening. Okay, so wait. He says, hold on, where did it go? Not there. Oh, if the cell are destroyed, won't his body be missing mass in that area? And then Nara said there are trillions of cells. If he cut at the atomic level, he would be missing a piece. Wait. Oh, okay, so that's why he said no, I think. That's why he said no, okay. How did the Zom lose his arm after the big fight? I was so confused, they could have just healed it. Shit, don't ask me, man. Oh, they couldn't heal it because of the blunt damage destroying the sinew and crushing the bones in his arm. Kono's Loki got the most drip. Huh? What did you just say? You telling? You know what? I'm not even finna get into that conversation. All right. Yeah. Okay. Veil must have affected Shay's body, similar to how Kurtown do. Like I said, I agree with that point. Plus, earlier chapters don't align with align that Mur is using chi. It is only speculated. So even this point right here feels off, because we're literally told by the humans that regeneration uses chi. So it's almost like, what's the point of even saying that if it's not close to true, basically, right? Let's actually look at the episodes, right? Let's look at the episodes. You know me. So that comes from episode 1, was it 153, I think? It comes from this one right here. Wait, where is it at? Because it's more specific than that. Right here. They literally blow this nigga's arm off at the shoulder, and then he says regeneration costs chi. So it's like, what's the point of this statement? If this isn't true, in relation to what's happening here, what's the point of this statement? You know what I mean? So that's when we look at this, it's like, it's not even speculated. This is literally a truth that they're telling us. But if that's the case, Nara, would Shay have died when Shorty's shadow talent stabbed him in the lung? Rakonos can literally copy any fit he sees. He always got options for sauce. So if he copied this drip, so if Konos put this on this aura, is what you're saying. Infinite options just means infinite aura? No, that's not how it works. That's never how it works. He copied Kofi's fit and he wasn't even clean for real. That's like taking a bummy nigga clothes and then putting it on yourself. You're still bum. You don't automatically have that shit on because you stole another nigga fit. I think Vatic has the best drip, him or Anton. Vatic drip is weird. Vatic drip is funny actually. This nigga look like he's an aquatic diver all the time. Anton might actually have some of the most consistent drip. Season 1 Anton had that shit on when they were fighting Rokash. Season 2 Anton, Season 3 Anton wasn't that bad. Wait, Season 3 Anton's actually amazing. Season 2 Anton, especially when he's in base, isn't that bad. But Anton's drip is almost dependent not on just what he's wearing, but what level of transformation he's in, right? Which percentage he's using, because 65 and 75, they literally add aura to him. Like, no joke. Like, he gets armor and aura. And the fit he's wearing, the base fit Anton is wearing is kind of trash. But then he goes 75%, and Kong is clean as fuck. So it's kind of dependent on percentage. Cuban Link Ton got it. That's funny. But yeah. So like I said, this statement right here doesn't align with Murs using chi, only speculated. If these experienced KCG agents are not telling the truth, and this is a speculation, what is the point of this action even? This has to be true. Like, this has to be true. These guys are at the very least veterans in their field. He's literally saying regeneration costs chi. So it's like, huh? I think that's the first point though. That's the first point. I don't think his healing is mentioned anywhere else in this episode. I don't think so. Right, but that's a definitive statement that that chi causes healing. So even if it's a speculation, they're still under the pretense that Konos is like everybody else and he is using chi to heal, which just makes sense. So that previous statement is what sets up the entirety of, like, not just like everybody fighting in the episodes, but us as the reader, we're under the assumption that Konos' chi is literally linked to his healing. Like, they're literally linked. That statement by itself is the origin point. Just keep that in mind. I don't think there's any other like statements though about his healing in these earlier chapters, right? I don't think so. I know I'm skimming through it. Just bear with me. This was kind of clean though. When he killed this dude off the blood, this was clean. Kona says Debo confirmed. Shout out my nigga Kitty Toe. This kid is just so funny to me. Okay, I didn't think so. I don't think there's anything right here. What about here? I think it's more so here. So this is also, so this is another thing right here. Not that part. I think this word right here is hilarious to me. This does add to the speculation aspect, because this almost essentially says that his surplus of chi, or at least you could attribute it to him having a lot of chi, to him being able to like heal himself. Basically, he literally says to mold itself freely, right? And he's literally essentially remolding his body to the shape it was, or to other shapes, essentially healing, essentially restoring himself. I think Brent said to just have Kay's reveal have added shock. We talking about Konos or you talking about Konos? Oh yeah, his healing, and which is why I say it was unnecessary, because it doesn't do anything. It just confuses us, or at least at the very least it confuses me, and it feels like, why? Like why? I think that's it though. Wait, doesn't he guys say something when the thing overflows or no? Weakness. Nah, he doesn't say anything. And then there's this part. Yeah, and then there's this part. What's up? What's up, G? You can call it a retcon. What's up, CEO? But I see it as Kofi assuming about his healing to show he has some sort of ability to deduce the enemy's weakness. Adapt to this as the body that copies talents must adjust in order to wield them. This isn't directly about his healing though. More about him copying Tyson. Oops. Brent having this nigga cry is actually funny. It's so funny to me. Like, what are you crying for? Big ass monster. What are you crying for? WLON upscale though. 2 top ranked talents, right? You see how he be using these little statements to like really show how them talents is like that and like how characters is like that. This is funny, but WLON upscale. Oh, this is also why he tells him to stop because he's hurting Konos, because Konos can feel pain. I should have made that connection in the video. My nigga Kofi didn't even get the bad bitch woman buff. Like, she's literally in this nigga ear encouraging him, and he still almost dies. This nigga still almost dies. Like, that's crazy. Sandman, the joke was rhetorical. The question was rhetorical. It was rhetorical. I literally explained. I said that in the video. My nigga Kofi didn't even get the bad bitch woman buff. Like, his shorty is literally she's encouraging him in his ear, and he still almost dies. Who is the main in the hat in Ronan Shay's team? His name is Midnight. It's not Midnight Raider. It's Midnight something. It's Midnight something. There's a whatchamacallit. Let me see if I can like do some Patreon digging real quick. See if I can do some Patreon digging real quick. Midnight Robber. Oh, is that what it is? If you look at the file name, if you like save the image of like him, like the old drawing of him from Patreon, it'll have his name right there. Man, really just be letting the freaking Patreon collect dust. You don't put shit over here. He even put that collab episode over here. Charge niggas an extra $20 to read it. Is that what I would do? Maybe. Shit, maybe. I really did want to find this picture. Still confused on the Kono's healing factor. I'm gonna try and explain it when I'm done looking at these comments, but it's kind of stupid. Like it's a little dumb, bro. It genuinely feels unnecessary to me. Like we was kind of good with the notion that we was good with the notion that that his healing was related to his chi, especially because he's made of chi. Like I'm not saying this like because like not because he's or I'm not saying that as if he's not literally like as if he's a regular Kimyo. Like this nigga, he's still made of chi, bro. You telling me his chi body not healing using chi? Oh, here it is. Here you go. Here you go. Excuse me? There it is. So if you save this image right here, simply just put it in downloads. Oh yeah, see, it's Midnight Robber. Yeah, he was right. In this part it says M Robber, but there's a different one where it says hold on, wait, let me show you real quick. This guy. Midnight Robber. I made a video about him possibly being a Gaki because the Beast Gaki stated that he only knows 11 of them, so there could be more of them like Jose. Potentially. Patiently waiting for the season review. That's funny. But I wait. Oh wait, no, I read that one. While Kirito gives us the actual answer. Fucking mortality. The collab between Street Fighter and Ordeal, the sponsored episode that we got. The reason he took like a month break. The problem with Kirito giving us like the explanation of him being immortal, it's not bad. Like it's not bad, but then Kofi kind of disrupts it. Like Kofi kind of disrupts it almost. Not this one. There's also just a problem with like making characters immortal to begin with, right? But like his other immortal characters, like I guess outside of Goro, like his other immortal characters can still die. It's like if you scroll back enough in Brand IG, you'll see White Shay. Ugh, that is so nasty. Slash. he said, Tyson Rebuke uses my chi, best use it sparingly, and then spams like 3-4 moves. They all use his chi. Nigga is cooked. He was cooked from the get-go. Alright. Maybe what Kay said shouldn't be taken literally. Kirito. No, I mean I don't see Konos being like a, well, I guess Konos would be the better example of like the he's immortal so he can't die, but like and that connects to like him literally just continuing to heal. It says Kirito stated that Mur is immortal, meaning if Mur does have limited chi, then it must be something else that is causing to regenerate, which we don't know. This is the problem. What else could be causing his chi to, his body to heal? That's the thing. Like, what can you tell me that that's in the series that explains Mur being this sort of anomaly or this like new explanation to why he heals and why it's not related to chi, even though his body is made of chi? You tell me that and it makes sense and I'll believe you. And that's why this part, what do you say? This part, what do you say? Speculation. I can agree with this because everything looks like speculation. However, there is a very clear point where it's actually stated that chi uses healing. So it's like we're literally told that healing relates to chi, and then that's just not true for him at the end of it all. So that initial part feels unnecessary. Or you could say this part feels unnecessary because we're starting the fight with the assumption that his chi is slowly being diminished and dwindled as relation to his healing, right? And then it just subverts or diverts or whatever you want to call it, and that's just no longer the actual case or the assumption, right? Like, but it's not diverted in a way where it kind of relates to the initial point. It's just its own thing completely now. And I have a very big problem with that. He says plus I and Rai. Oh, actually, I'm not looking at this. He says plus I and Rai are living talents. If their regeneration was based on chi, they wouldn't have died to against Shay attack. They simply would have just regenerated. I don't agree with that because Shay just showed how much chi he actually had above them. But we also don't know. One thing, I literally said this. We don't even. I said in the video that we don't even know, or they haven't even shown regeneration of his caliber. We literally haven't seen it, so we can't even assume that they can regenerate in the same way that he can. So assuming that they can regenerate is already incorrect. That's already incorrect. That's already incorrect, right? But it was the heat from Shay that caused them to be unable to, just like the core of the earth, right? Earth is so hot, Mur can't regenerate. Again, this point is incorrect. The idea is that Mur will be continuously regenerating, right? He will be continuously regenerating. Again, so yeah, that point. Pretty sure I made that point. And this part here, it's not even his assumption. Well, I guess it is his assumption, but the assumption doesn't come from him either. Like, it comes from a different source, right? So it's not even that he's assuming. Like, yes, he's assuming that Konos' chi, or Konos' like chi and healing is being diminished and dwindled. But then not only do we see it in the series, but we also the original assumption doesn't even come from Kofi, right? It's like almost a stated fact from other veteran soldiers, right? So even if Kofi's assumptions are incorrect. The actual explanation we don't have. To say a body made of chi isn't using chi to heal doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't feel accurate. I can actually explain Konos's chi or Konos's healing, though it still technically involves chi because his body's made of chi. I can explain it. I figured out a way for it to somewhat make sense. But for his chi made body to not have any associations with healing through chi does not make sense. That doesn't fit, because there's no other source for his body to be healing from, basically. And I don't think I'm incorrect about that. Random code NPC is more reliable than a god tier. That's funny. Okay, wait. Wait, and it could be how Veal or others could have explained to him. Oh, I mean, yeah, they just he just says he's immortal, but he doesn't go, he's immortal, and because he's immortal, this, and this. He just says he's immortal. So, like, he just knows of the concept of immortality. But that also applies to like somebody like Goro. If we use 160 statement, then we'll have to figure out which talents are ancient. Hitting should be one, but doesn't have the implied healing. Agreed. Yeah, he literally says it's an ancient talent, and then so it's basically like a, and this kind of goes back to what I was saying way earlier in the stream about talents, like healing being sort of talent specific, right? So even if it's an ancient talent, if healing isn't an aspect of it, it doesn't matter. What is even considered an ancient talent? Do we go based off time period or X generation after the Great Seven? It's more of a statement. Just like what is stated to be ancient. Like, we know the Great Four are ancient. We know what is it called? We know Kong is ancient because it's stated. We know Inturium is ancient because it's stated. But like other talents, we just don't know because they're not stated. Like, even kidding isn't stated in the story to be ancient. It was just said by Brent during a random stream, right? He just said it randomly or as a result of a question, right? So yeah, but like outside of kind of those talents, like Rokash's, or like Cass's, or Jose's, like all these talents aren't stated to be ancient, right? So that's his name. His talent is probably a void or kinesis type. I think void is very accurate. What would make it void? The mouths, like the cloak mouths. It's like a portal, feels like a sort of separate dimension sort of thing. It's just because Konos, the first living talent to throw hands, he can't let flesh wounds stop the fade. That's funny. Moving on. Okay, so as far as Leo and his unofficial hand goes, the same situation could be going on here. It most likely is, where the God tier member does their duty and their hand does their own separate duty. Leo was number one and his hand was never around him. Note, we don't know what happened to Masato or his position after the massacre, so in all honesty, it's unknown if Leo had an official or unofficial hand after that. This isn't important. This isn't important. This part is not important at all. It's not like really relevant to the overall point, in my opinion. This is different because Leo is not a part of the God tier. Now, I did say I already confirmed this. I said the story adds to the point of a God tier and their hand don't have to be around each other. But to assume it is, even though we've never even seen his hand, doesn't feel right. This doesn't even feel right. Like, it doesn't feel accurate to even say this, because every other God tier has been shown with their hand, especially in season 2. I think, if I'm not mistaken, season 2 shows literally every God tier with their hand at some point. I'm pretty sure. Actually, no. We see Mikhail and Alice this season. I don't think we see them in season 2. Yeah. And I think the only reason we know that Alice is Mikhail's hand was because Brent drew them on a stream, right? Let me think one more. We saw Zuri's hand last season. No, did we? Yeah, we saw Zuri's hand at the end last season. We saw Kevin and Huang last season. Of course, we saw Bjorn and Bonnie. We saw Reed and Amara. We saw Bree and Agent 16. We saw Abijah and Levi. We've literally seen basically every hand except for Mikhail's last season and Vadic's last season. So to like, and even what's his name? Even and basically every hand was with their god tier, right? Now, the reason Masato doesn't have to be around Leo is because Masato is the head of a clan, for one, so he's literally running a family, right? That's essentially what he's doing, right? But then also, these guys aren't supposed to be, I guess, official parts of the god tier, right? The actual episode does call Masato the 11th hand, I think, or either the 11th hand or the 11th royal. But these guys are basically supposed to be allowed to just do whatever the fuck they want, especially Masato, who is a Heart Clan member. So like, these niggas aren't even like they're not the best example. Even I use them, but they're not the best example, because both of them just kind of do whatever until Code's like, hey, can you help us? And then they're like, I guess, sure. Because if we're being honest, if we're being completely honest, Masato didn't have to show up. The way it's depicted, Masato like didn't have to be there. And I say that because they question if he showed up for himself or to help them or to help his family. So basically, you can almost say that Masato, like, if he really didn't want to be there, he didn't have to be there. The Hearts are also just seen as like these political powerhouses to where, like, if you're strong enough, like, them niggas can't do nothing to you. Like they can't do nothing. They don't got no legal like ramifications, you know, because they're just so strong. So like, even if Masato didn't show up, they can't do anything. Like, it's not like they were gonna be like, why didn't you come help us? And like, you know, try and get him in some sort of legal trouble. It's like, my nigga, like, I don't gotta be there, you know? Have we ever seen Sabito's hand? No, Sabito doesn't have a hand. I'm actually gonna make a video about that, because Sabito's, I consider him an exception because his mission is supposed to be secretive. So him having a hand could be seen as a potential threat. However, you can also just give him somebody like Nico, make her stronger, and then she has like clear loyalty to Sabito, so you could just make her his hand, right? Like, there's no like, you know, and that could have even been a better route, right? That could have been a potentially better route. But the idea is that, like, Sabito's mission, at least from how I see it, is that Sabito was assigned a mission as a kid, and it was literally just him doing this mission. So it kind of stayed like that even when he became a god tier, right? And then Aldrich and Adam kind of kept it like that, so they didn't essentially assign him a hand or a helper. You could also go the route of like saying, what's his name? Or May was like his hand, not like in a conventional way or like in a very literal way, but like, she does have great amounts of chi that would sort of put her in that god tier caliber, at least chi wise, but she's not a combatant, so you know. But no, I do think Sabito's a somewhat exception because of what his mission was. But you can still give him a hand. Like you can still make it make sense, especially if it was like specifically like Nico, or just another Heart Clan member, like another strong Heart Clan member. Like literally just give him a Heart Clan hand and it'd be fine. Wait, as far as Leo and his unofficial hand goes, the same situation could be. Yeah, I don't think. I disagree with this because I disagree with this because Vatic is an official part of the God tier, and we've never seen his hand. Nico is a guaranteed nerf to the team. That's funny. He's an official part of the God tier. So it's like give him an official hand. Like the thing, like I said, their situation is different. Like Vatic has a clear mission. Like he has a clear mission, right? So yes, his hand could be doing something separately. I actually said something like that earlier. But the way you can depict it makes it so that he doesn't need to not be around a Vatic. Like he can actually be around Vatic in a way that's like generally helpful to what Vatic's mission is, right? But Leo and Masato, these niggas are literally just like really strong helping hands to the God tier's ranks, and they can just kind of do whatever the fuck they want. Like they can just do whatever they want, right? So they can be separated from each other because Leo isn't even a part of the God tier. Like he's just doing his own thing. Like the only reason they asked Leo to help against Minamoto is because he was there, right? They were just like, hey my nigga, I know you're on vacation, but we got this problem. And you know, Leo, happy-go-lucky, nice ass, he always down to lend a hand. But technically speaking, he don't gotta help these niggas. But like Vatic and whoever is in the rank 12, they don't feel like exceptions to the rules. Like that's the thing. And again, like this point just doesn't feel unnecessary, right? I think this is supposed to say unofficial or official or vice versa. But this point doesn't feel necessary. Like it doesn't add overall. And the thing about it is that even Bonnie was able to sort of help Bjorn in a way. So it's like, if Vatic has a hand, think of it like this. What is Vatic's mission? Like, what is his assignment? Vatic is assigned to protect Patmos, a giant island structure that houses illegal cameos. We know from episode 47, I think it is, that Vatic protects Patmos from outside threats. So let's just say somebody like Mato was trying to raid or invade Patmos, you know, to get a sort of army, right? That's what Vatic would be protecting against, right? So what would his hand do to in turn aid him in this mission? We even see Kevin's hand. Kevin is protecting the moon base, and who's also there on the moon base? Huang, his hand. So to say Vatic's hand like would be separated from him doesn't feel right. Like he could be, it just depends on what his mission is. But for what Vatic's mission actually and assignment actually is, it makes sense to have his hand be the inside person and protect against internal threats. If that was the case, then the entire Patmos breakout just wouldn't happen. Or you could also go the route of saying he died. Kaguya took that nigga head off. That's okay. That's okay to say, right? Do I agree with it? It's a little iffy. But I mean, Brent drew a character from like 2 years ago and then killed him by his own god tier's hands. So it's like it can't get any worse than that, right? It's fair, but I disagree. I think Konos' regeneration is a result of his adaptation, and maybe after getting destroyed multiple times by his parents, his adaptation adapted to use no chi to regen himself, and makes it completely natural for him to heal without chi. I might be tripping, but this don't feel like it makes sense to me. This don't even feel like it makes sense to me. His adaptation adapted to use no chi to regen himself and makes it completely natural for him to heal without chi. I don't know how I feel about this. Like, this don't feel right. It don't feel right. This is personally not how I would explain this, by the way. This is not how I would explain that phenomenon. But the thing about Konos' adaptation is that he adapts to his opponents, right? He adapts to his opponents, but he more specifically adapts to their attacks, similar to Maharaga. He doesn't really adapt to just any and all phenomenon, right? He's literally adapting to attacks, which is why one attack works and then another attack doesn't. So like, this could be a possibility. I don't really think it is, because I feel like he would just die instead. Like, he would just die. Like I feel like he would just die. Okay, so I don't know if you're going to see this. This isn't not related to anything, but I do appreciate this guy for commenting this. I don't know. I interpret chi being above than most phenomenon, with it coming from the void. Could be wrong though. I might have to look at what he's talking about, because hold on, I can't actually hear.
From the hands of war talent, so that nothing remains. This means that contact with things made from the hands of war talent causes matter to no longer exist. With that being said, I'm hoping you can see the problem at hand here. If not, I will say it outright. Antimatter means Mur should have died in the fight against Seth and Azura.
Okay. I'm understanding where he got that from. Why he would say that. Okay. I have a way. I think he can adapt to Hands of War. I just wouldn't explain it like that. Or I wouldn't explain his current healing ability like that. He would just essentially just adapt to... Instead of adapting to not... So instead of adapting through healing, he would just not take damage. Like, he would just not be destroyed, basically. Like, that's how I would explain it. Or, like, that makes more sense for what the talent does. Okay, so wait, where was I? I interpret chi being above... I don't know why he wrote a sentence like this. With it coming from the void. So, the thing is that even things made of chi... What's a good example? Like, what is his name? What's that guy with the glasses? Eric? His walls are made of chi. Like, layered chi. And Thanatos, with his own chi, was able to destroy it, basically, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, we literally see chi be destroyed. Like, it's possible. And then it's not like the wall heals, right? We don't see it heal. It probably can if he just sort of reinforced it, but I think he just... I mean, I lost my train of thought. But essentially, the chi of the wall was attacked and pierced and punctured by the chi of the whatchamacallit. By the chi of the sort of beam, psychic beam, right? So we see chi itself be destroyed, even from where it comes from. Like, is there another good example? Technically, now in regards to this subject, it's not the same, but we do see that Bjorn in his attack is able to sort of burn out the chi of Vayal's technique, right? So which actually more so adds to like the point of like chi being related to healing, or regeneration or chi keeping you sort of alive and in a better state. So there's that. But I don't think there are any other grand examples of chi being destroyed like so definitively. At least not from my memory. Unless you consider Jose's stars being like chi, like physical chi, then Shay was actually cutting chi. And in fact, Jose literally says he was severing them before they could explode, right? So if you want to attribute Jose's stars to being like chi itself, which then for he has they have the weight of his chi, and then he can make that chi detonate, that can work. And then Shay literally cuts it, right? So that would be a more physical interpretation of chi as well. Shay also literally breaks out of that area, like he breaks it. As if it, which also sort of adds that more physical aspect. Yeah. But she, like I said, I think I said in the, not in this video, it might have been the prior review where I mentioned, where we actually look at the first, more detailed look of Kono's healing. And I literally say in that video that chi has varying degrees of durability, right? So chi as a metaphysical concept is like above things, but in actual practice, it has varying uses and varying durability, right? Love how they want, wait, from the, what? Oh, how they went from the Great 4 to the Great 7. I'm not gonna lie, William. You gotta get your spelling up. And I hope we get to see more of Hands of War. We'll probably never see Hands of War again. Hands of War is a talent that should not exist in the series. I think Kofi meant Konos has no choice but to heal himself as his body will pull chi from his attacks for healing. This doesn't make sense. I'm pretty sure I said, I mean, he says verbatim that his chi doesn't have anything to do with, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Next. Let me look at chat. Vatican Shade's attacks makes me assume they have to fight on the moon, too destructive. Not necessarily. I just think like their highest attacks have to be redirected away from the Earth, or like big parts of it will be destroyed. It could, wait, I read that one. Would be cool to see Azura talent in a future Wolf Cub in Kiko and Elon Jr. generation. I'm not opposed to that. I'm not fully opposed to that, but they have to be like relevant, because if they're not relevant, it doesn't matter. Brent's probably the type of writer like the One Piece author. I know Wolf Nara has attributed Brent's writing to Oda, and then Faceless has also attributed it to Kishimoto, and I agree with both. I guess I just hope Brent finds a better way to explain his healing in the hard limitations of what she is capable of in the story. Nah, Oda has less inconsistencies. Oda's really good at reintroducing concepts from earlier aspects of the story, right? I haven't really followed One Piece in a long time, but I can say there's the only inconsistency about One Piece was the sort of the debate and debacle between what is advanced armament hockey and what is Conqueror's like coding, right? I think that was the only real contentious thing about One Piece that I've seen, at least when I was more so following it. I don't really follow it now. Okay, so Echo Ronin W. I also like the structure of this episode, though I disagree with two things. Vatic and his hand. I can admit most of the points you made are right, and though I think Vatic's pride being a valid reason for him not having a hand, I'm wondering what is Anton doing here. I mean, I kind of explained that. There's literally no other code head who could, I guess, escort what's his name, if he has to be there. Like if a code head has to be there, only Anton is able to, right? It kind of make like Anton is also, I guess, the only combatant oriented code head that can escort him, basically. I kind of explained this. I'm not really sure Um, I don't think that like it just doesn't feel right. Like it feels dumb. Like it feels dumb. It feels dumb and it feels like a missed opportunity in the story. Like you're too prideful to have a hand. Like you too prideful for a nigga to have a job. We still can't tell to this day unless a character says what hockey they're using. Oh yeah, yeah. But like you being prideful is like honing a nigga out of a job, basically. So essentially, like, and that's the thing, like, even Sabito not having a hand, same with Vatic, it just breaks consistency, and I don't like that because it's not necessary. You can explain Sabito not having a hand because his mission is and his wife's existence is supposed to be secret, right? You can explain that, but because Vatic is too prideful, a nigga shouldn't have a job like everybody else. Are you serious? That like that's essentially the explanation. I can do it myself, so I don't need a hand. And so the nigga who finally made it to rank 12, who was just so happy to be here, don't even got a job. He just really strong. And who knows what, literally who knows what he's doing. Who knows what he's doing. So basically rank 12 will never be a relevant rank, which is dumb and inconsistent because every other rank from at least 1 through 20 has some sort of relevance. They're literally all assistants. So the rank 12 can just be an anomaly because this nigga Vatic don't want a nigga to have a job. Like, what are you doing? Kono's healing factor, though currently not explained, which means I'm guessing based on the story context here, Konos' healing factor is a trait of his body, just like the heart. I actually wanted to talk about this. I wanted to talk about this right here. Still wonder why the first table just didn't immediately teleport the Trinidad to arrest Rokash. They got bigger things to do, my nigga. They dealing with the whole world. You think they give a fuck about Rokash ass? Also, it's implied Rokash is wasn't even in Trinidad. You're not really thinking, because like you would have to assume that the moment they found out like that Rokash kind of like was still lingering long enough for them to find him, basically, right? But you're also like not taking into account what they actually do, and these niggas are supposed to be, in air quotes, they're supposed to be individuals who just be around the entire world. Like they just go around the whole world. Like, you know what I mean? Them niggas not worried about Rokash. They were actually gonna Rokash thought they were gonna send a GT after him. The pillars supposedly have better things to do, but them bum ass fraud tiers, as y'all refer to them, they just be sitting on their ass doing who knows what. Except for Vatic and Kevin and Bjorn, the niggas with actual stated jobs, I don't know what them other niggas doing. Brent might need more group fights like season 1 so more characters can get screen time. I agree. So this is something I really wanted to talk about during this stream. Konos' healing factor is a trait of his body, just like the Heart Clan can see intentions with their eyes, or the Thanatos body being the strongest to hold endless chi and the strongest talent, right? So let's break this down. First, before I get to this, Konos' healing factor is a trait of his body. This doesn't, I don't know, I just don't like it. Like, it doesn't feel like it fits. Like, it just made so much more sense to just be like, oh yeah, Konos can heal. Konos is made of chi, and then he uses his chi to heal his body, like his chi made body. Like that just made more sense. But this. Now, just like the Heart Clan can see intentions with their eyes. Now, you can actually explain this very roundaboutly, but this can actually be explained in a way I think makes sense, right? In a way I think makes sense. So, who founded the Heart Clan? Malhazar and whoever his wife is that had the Hisame talent, right? Now, we know the Thanatos talent that Malhazar possessed actually has soul-related interactions. Like, it can interact with individual souls, right? By the way, the Heart Clan, as of right now, is the only clan that has an actual biological trait like this. Nobody else has a biological trait like this that can actually do something because of who they are and what family they come from, right? The Hemlocks don't. The Oduzo, we don't know anything about them. The Ishchi, they are simply just scribes, right? They don't have. These are the only niggas with biological traits like this. For killing Leo, Code were way too chill. Fair point. But back to my original point. The Thanatos talent inside Malhazar at the point of the creation of the Heart Clan was strong enough for it to affect his children and his grandchildren, right? We don't actually see what his children look like, but it literally turned 2 of his grandkids blue, right? Like, his talent literally caused both of these niggas to be blue and both of them to have pointed ears just like him, right? So off of that alone, the Thanatos talent, this is like clear evidence that talent can affect biology, right? I think not Jose, what's his name? Lewis, and his use of death stance and like the way his hair turns red is another example somewhat like that. But it's not as concrete as literally this. He's literally affecting the biology of people born from his genetics, right? So now we also don't know who his wife is, which is a kind of a shame because she's the one who has Hisame, which he has now, or at least he has at this point. But we don't actually know what she can do if she had any biological traits, right? But in my opinion, Chi can actually explain biology as well, right? But since we literally are told in the first episode that Chi affects Kimyo genetics, right? Which is why they are stronger, they can heal better, and they have better stamina, right? Like Chi, the presence of Chi in a body, literally explains that. It also explains why Shay is more durable and more actually I think it's not said more durable. I think it's just said stronger. But we literally know that Shay's chi in his body was present basically the entire time, right? And that directly caused his body to be stronger. So chi is the natural explanation for pretty much everything in the series. We like the presence of Malhazar, or the presence of Thanatos in Malhazar and his chi is literally affecting his lineage. Like this is literally like the clearest thing in the world, right? Like, why do these guys have blue skin? Oh, because they're descendants, or because they're related to this nigga who has one of the strongest talents in the verse, right? And hit like the presence of chi even in his body like affects Shay and makes his body stronger, right? Because it's the Thanatos body. That there's like a weird separation between the two, but since we know that Thanatos body has its own chi, even if it's like a sort of anomaly related thing towards just Shay, I mean, it's like cultivated specifically to be designed to be stronger, to hold more chi, right? It makes you wonder why there aren't other blue skin people all over, seeing as Thanatos has reincarnated so many times aside from the Heart Clan. That's a fair point too. I will just say, like, this by technicality, this is like a 1 in 4 chance thing, but you would have to assume that they all had children, which we can't say that. Malhazar and I guess maybe Kane are the only people. Malhazar is the only definitive one we know who had kids with the Thanatos talent. Maybe Kane, if you want to kind of go the route of Abel being Kane's son. I think it'd be very interesting, but it's not even definitive, so yeah. But in essence, chi and the chi of this behemoth of a person and the talent he has literally affected the genetics of his children, right? We talking big Malhazar now, kind of. So the way you can explain the Heart Clan being able to see the heart's intent is because of Thanatos, right? Thanatos can interact with souls, right? This is made very clear with Cain, and Thanatos himself, actually. So I'm not gonna say the definitive reason, but the way you could explain them seeing the heart intent through the eyes is actually them seeing the intents of people's souls, right? It's just kind of specifically catered to the eyes. We also know that, or it's literally stated that Malhazar, like he decided to create a clan of the what was actually used in 124? I think he said of his heart's desire or something like that. So you could even say that that a partial reason that these guys are blue is because of Malhazar's innate desire to build a family strong enough to contend with basically himself in the future, right? That could be another sort of another sort of genetic side effect of just his own desire, right? We literally know that desire affects talent, so you can explain part of it like that, right? But yes, the Thanatos talent literally interacts with souls, so it's not very far-fetched to say that his specifically his offspring and the people of his lineage can actually sort of see the intent of someone's soul through the eyes. It's not crazy. It's not like a big leap in logic, at least in my opinion. And that just makes sense, right? We literally see a talent affecting by genetics. We literally see it. The same thing with other clans too, like all that well, I guess actually let me hold on. But the Hemlocks are also born with red eyes and either red or brown hair. So we know clans have definitive genetics, but we literally see this nigga is the reason they're blue. Like, oh, and then you can, another thing on top of that, what are the eyes called to be? The windows to the soul. So, oh, I'm a genius. So like, it just makes sense for the offspring and the entire clan that relates to Malhazar to be able to see the intent of the soul through the eyes, because Thanatos himself can interact with souls. Like all of those things just link together very well, right? And then Chi would essentially be the sort of binding factor of why their genetics make them look like a Thanatos vessel, right? Like, come on, like it just makes sense. And like I said, Chi would literally be the binding factor. Like it all just works out properly. So you can't disqualify Chi as being an explanation for this, right? And then, or the Thanatos body being the strongest to hold endless Chi and the strongest talent, right? Nara said you called me mid-typing the windows to the soul. Good shit, you know? Just the same wavelength. Another thing, we know Chi can reinforce physical objects. We know it can. Like, the rock armor technique is one thing, but that's technically what's the word I'm looking for? Temporary. Because they have to constantly apply it. And when I actually asked Brent if he would ever do a rock armor visual, and the way his answer essentially made it seem as though it's temporary. He literally says it's I think he said it'd be like a rock or broken lava visual that fades away, basically, right? It almost made it seem like the rock armor thing is temporary. And if it wasn't, or if you don't think it is, the statement of Jose saying they have to constantly apply it kind of adds to it being something that you have to actively do continuously, or it will fade away. Yeah, but then we also have the example of Shay literally forging a durable ring using Chi. So the Chi of himself helped reinforce another object. So then we could, by in turn, say that the Thanatos body was sort of naturally made stronger because of Thanatos' chi and high chi capacity, because where does his chi actually come from? The ether, right? You still use chi to explain these things. Like, chi is still a central aspect of in explanation. There's no, outside of like natural biology and science or in technology, chi is the explanation for a lot of things, right? Chi, what's a really good example? You could kind of say like talent evolution, like for Shay and Leo and what's the other one? Tevin. Like, actually, I'll say it like this. Shay took the chi of Ilios and literally changed it. Like, he literally changed how it operated. An aspect of Ilios' chi was definitively changed, right? At the end of the day, chi is still a core aspect of that, basically, right? You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't think I have to explain it anymore, right? I feel like that just makes sense, right? Okay, so you say, do you believe that a Blue Heart member could be a direct descendant of Thanatos if they got the talent? No. There's literally a based on this visual, there's just a 1 in 8 chance for you to be blue anyway, right? There low-key should have been more blue people from when we saw Sabito and Nico training, but like off of this visual at the very least, there's like there's literally a 25% chance you'll actually be blue, right? But these guys are just regular members, or I guess, I mean, they obviously come more from him, but them being blue wouldn't automatically make them more of a descendant to Thanatos, basically. At least in my opinion. There's no real like way to sort of add or go against that full point. Because we don't even know how Thanatos has a descendant, basically. Vedic is the first one to show the first true planetary feat, right? I guess do you consider him sort of hitting Konos to nearly the core of the Earth? A planetary feat? But since he can't survive the planet's core, he's probably small/dwarf planet level. Probably same for Shay in this season. I'm now wondering how Shay would fare against Konos. Shay would body Konos. Shay could probably fight as long as Konos, if we're being real. Unhampered and like off of stamina to stamina. Shay fought basically on and off and just was active on and off for, was it 9 months? 9 months, basically. No rest, right? And we don't even know how long Konos, Seth, and Azura actually fought. When it says months, I kind of just assume it's sort of like a 3 to 5 month range. You could probably even go 6, but there's no definitive number, right? So it almost feels like Shay has more stamina than Konos, from what we actually saw, right? From what we actually saw. Kofi does have a potential interpretation that he could fight for years. I'm not sure how I feel about that. It doesn't feel the most definitive, the most consistent. Who knows? I guess. Who knows? Yeah. Shay would probably... The thing is that Shay also has various ways to damage Konos. He has 2 bladed weapons and a fire talent, and then he has ice on top of that. So like once Ventur's blade stops working, he could use ice, and then once that stops working, he'll just use Zahara. And then he also has flames that can theoretically destroy a talent, so he should be able to just kill him. Though we don't technically know if his purple flames are just are usable on every talent or if they're usable on only cursed talents. Ilios basically makes it seem as though both can be true, right? Both interpretations can be true. He literally says a curse killing flame can, almost essentially saying that the fire he's about to use can kill curses, which we obviously see. And then he says we now have the ability to slay talents, right? So it like leans more into him just being able to kind of do whatever the fuck he wants in regards to talent. But you could also interpret it as Shay only being able to slay curses, which that would be the best restriction for him, because how many curse talents are we actually going to see? And then he said, but Kevin was able to move stars, and I just simply said, Kevin's a clear exception, right? Come on, bro. What are we doing? I'm just disappointed that Konos looks like he's going to die after we just see him. I don't really care for Konos, so they don't really bother me. I think this is, did he comment something else or no? Maybe it wasn't anything. Maybe it was just him. Purple Flames in his game over, he has direct counter to Konos. In regards to the Eye of Time talent, I'm wondering if the previous talent users were the executioners of the family, getting rid of the world's problems internally while the Snow Leopard fought externally. Oh, that's an interesting concept. That's an interesting concept. Shout out Eggdog. What you say in 23, 50, 54 just feeds the notion of the series being overly Shay-centric at times. Also, your opinion on Konos regen was surprising to hear, but I must say it's refreshing having actual criticism for the story. I also must say I feel so validated with this fight, fitting my previous boss fight theme prediction. Yes, he's the one who said that. Shout out to Eggdog. Now, regarding the current situation with Kofi, wouldn't it be weird that Shay just got the ability to burn chi and talents themselves? Wouldn't that make Kofi's sacrifice feel useless? Although the same happened last season with us all believing Kevin would show up to aid and that not being the case. I don't really kind of get what he's getting at right here. Wouldn't it be weird that Shay just got the ability to burn chi and talents themselves? In association with Kofi's fight? I'm not really sure what he was getting at here. I'm not gonna lie. But yes, the story has, especially I feel like this season, has become overly Shay-centric in a way that like doesn't fit, in a way that doesn't fit, right? I think a really good way to sort of make the story Shay-centric is by actually having a lot of the characters who connect to Shay kind of do things, or just kind of do things that either somewhat affect Shay personally, or there's a sort of I don't want to say disconnect, but I think if more of the characters who were close to Shay shined, it wouldn't feel as Shay-centric, basically, at least on an initial scale. I don't believe that Thanatos or Vayal would allow Konos to die. They would probably teleport him and Kaito back to their hideout. Maybe he means it ironically. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like, for example, we literally, like, I guess the point I'm trying to make is actually seen with, like, Lewis, right? Lewis and I guess Azam and, Yukiko by extension, they're all very close to Shay, and they all kind of do something, at least in this season, that sort of have an impact on him, right? I guess if more of that was the case this season, it wouldn't feel as Shay-centric, especially since we got to see characters who weren't Shay do something interesting, right? Specifically, Lewis in this situation, Lewis literally dies, and it affects Shay greatly, right? But in that same vein, we literally see Lewis fight a who knows how much by weakened version of Veal. And like on top of that, he literally gives him, people have been calling it what, chi AIDS, chi cancer. I'm not sure what the joke is right now, but he literally permanently injured him. Like, he'll have pain until the talent no longer exists. Like, that's literally a part of him forever now, right? Something only Sabito has done, right? So like, that's the thing. That's where the series is really faltering. Like, all of these, I think it's not all of these characters, but a lot of the characters who can connect to Shay don't really get enough time to like do things themselves, right? And then where it like works because Shay's the main character is when some of those actions like directly come back to him, i.e. Lewis's death, right? It would also be kind of good like for like Azam, since we know Azam is going to be some rogue-like character. It would also be good if he and Shay have like future interactions because of Lewis's death, right? You know, just things like that, right? But yeah, like even outside of like the immediate cast, like Andre and stuff, we still don't have like good visuals for the like the Gaki and God tier. Like, we don't even know them niggas like that, bro. We 160 episodes in, and there's information about the series as a whole that just doesn't exist, right? We still don't know how characters are ranked. Why? Triple J, I agree that Brent could make lines more clear when it comes to Sentinel level characters and their immortality, but I'd like to point out that the talents seem to be functionally different than Kimyo's. The Great Four or Kong, for example, have existed continuously through generations despite their respective users dying. The talents themselves seem to transcend death through some unknown mechanism, hence why Shay's new ability to destroy talents being pivotal moving forward. Yeah, I don't need to read the rest. So this right here have existed continuously through generations despite their respective users dying. This is kind of explained by the ether, right? This is kind of explained by the ether. Based on my interpretation, when a Kimyo dies, their chi and their talent go into the ether, and then it sits there, and then they either come out of the ether and are reborn in another Kimyo, or it stays there and then the talent dies. Like, it's just that these like older talents have a lot of chi and have, I don't know if God is just like, you know what, this is a really good talent, I can't let this one just sit there, and he just gives it to somebody. But whatever you want to use to explain that, the transcending of death, it's simply the ether, right? It's simply the ether. They simply exist in the ether, and then they don't, like, and then they go into a person, right? And then they go into a person. So I mean, like, they only die when there's no chi left. That's the thing. Like, so you could say like the reason we don't see certain talents, like that we've seen before, like what's that one? Like Jamie's talent or the Colonel's talent of his time, they just didn't have enough chi to kind of sustain themselves for long enough, right? And they eventually died and then disappeared, right? What does it say? Nerd spaces hate black people? That's not a subject I feel the need to get into. But yeah. Talent seemingly function different from Kimyo's. But the thing, like, if the ether also just works as a sort of talent afterlife, basically. So yeah, and then Kimyo's either based on religion or however you feel the afterlife works, doesn't matter to me. They simply die, right? And then their soul goes who knows where. And then talents, they either are transferred or they go into the ether. From my interpretation, that's how it works, right? That's like the big difference, right? That's like the big ooh difference, right? But I feel like, I mean, I guess what I see what he's trying to say with Shay's ability, but like his ability was, it was good for what it did, but now it's a big problem for the series, and now it's a big problem because why don't he just like make everybody human and call it a day? But then you could also say that would just kill everybody, but we don't gotta talk about that right now. We can talk about that later. Cole said, my interpretation of the plan isn't just to fully kill Kronos, but to basically keep him in a state of constant regeneration, so he can't focus and get out. As for the stuff about Kronos regeneration surviving antimatter, given he's supposed to be Doomsday of the series, so it makes sense for him to be something near unstoppable. This is basically stated, so he didn't really need to say this because it's the plan. This, however, Doomsday, I know I'm not a comic guy, so I know Doomsday can simply just basically revive and then not die from the same thing again, right? I know that. But comics at least already have their sort of BS explanation. So we don't really need to like, well, how does this work? Because sometimes comics just, you can't explain things, right? However, Ordeal, a lot of the things that don't have an explanation or don't have a definitive explanation can be explained. And this is one of those things that was like chosen to just like have its explanation removed, basically. Oh, look at Sandman. Great video, pointing out relevant points to the episode and the inconsistency that affect the story overall. And did you get a new mic? Because the audio, oh yeah, I actually answered that in the comments. But yeah, one thing I think, I genuinely don't think Brent thought about when he did the antimatter thing was like, what it would look like if Seth and Azura actually fought, like how that would affect their initial fight. The reason I was able to do that is because I used to watch a lot of what if videos, like about Dragon Ball and Naruto and stuff, where changes, no matter how big or small, just directly affect how the actual story moves. So to introduce antimatter and say that Kronos lived doesn't feel right, basically. Shout out this right here is crazy. I feel like we really need to acknowledge this. He says, but Kofi is the youngest Kimyo to enter the god tiers, so that is better than being a prodigy. Although Sabito is cold, Kofi does beat him. First of all, this is incorrect. Okay, Sabito is not losing to Kofi. One thing I think a lot of people aren't taking into account is that Kofi's heat is like the sort of big thing about him, which leads into the radiation higher state forms, right? Higher form, right? But Sabito has an ice talent, which will literally cool him down, especially if he uses, was it Koto Yuri no Mizomi, Frozen Lily Lake, where it's literally an area of ice, right? Sabito is also just like known to stab niggas with ice. Like, he's done it multiple times. Like, obviously he's a swordsman, but he literally stabbed the giant dog beast thingy through the center. And then he literally, as a kid, as a 10-year-old, he put 4 columns of ice through a grown man. Do we not think he's gonna do the same thing to Kofi? Are we serious? Like, are we serious? That will literally keep Kofi cool. Like, even if Kofi also somewhat implies that it actually takes a little while for his heat to sort of build up, I guess. Even at like an initial point. So there's that. If you want to take that interpretation, there's that. But even if he had like a sort of preheating step up, Sabito's talent is literally ice. It will literally keep him cold. It will cool him down, reducing his heat. And then another grand point that I feel like people aren't missing, or people are missing, is that even though Kofi is hot and his heat is high, we have seen things not be affected by it. We have actually, Vatic isn't affected by it when he's touched in this episode. What's his name? What is his name? I can't remember. Even Anton is like slightly burned. He does heal, by the way. But Anton is like slightly burned, but it's not like his heat is so much that he's like completely burned to smithereens and ashes in an instant. It's a slow effect. The trees from LON that Konos used on Kofi when he wraps him up, hardly affected. So if we really think that Sabito's ice is just gonna be melted by his heat and not also have its natural ice effect, we're crazy. We're crazy. So you can already argue that Sabito's ice isn't going to be affected by Kofi's heat, but in turn he will be cooling him down because it's literally ice, which will directly hamper and hinder Kofi. Now, again, me and Nar are gonna make a whole video about this subject. Should be great. Just got to get the format down. But yes, he's not winning. He's just not winning. Like, he's not winning. Especially if I really wish we got to see Vayal versus Sabito this season to kind of like further hamper that point. But even if you don't think Sabito's base ice can get the job done, which is crazy, Sabito has access to black ice, which is just ice that's just stronger than his normal ice. So like now we have stronger ice, right? Like Sabito's also not stupid, but you know, we don't got to get into the grand subject. This point right here is crazy to me. He says he's the youngest Kimyo, which is better than being a prodigy. Now, I might be crazy, but this statement is actually wild. Am I tripping? I don't think so. For example, who is a stated prodigy in Naruto? Is Minato stated to be a prodigy in Naruto? I think he is. Oh wait, you did say, I just hope he doesn't go down the same road as Naruto when it comes to the side characters. Yeah, I'm hoping not, because if he does, it's actually cooked. I think Minato is said to be a prodigy. But then, like, that just raises the argument of, like, Minato and Itachi. I'm not sure if Itachi is a stated prodigy, or if I'm kind of confusing that. But either way, they're still held in very high regard, right? They're still held in very high regard. But to say, mind you, Sabito is a stated prodigy, Kofi is not, but also he only entered the God tier. Technically, if we're being like the most accurate as we could possibly be, Sabito would have entered the God tier 3 years after Kofi's age, right? Not super far off, by the way. Not super far off. And with that, you could also kind of semi-argue that Sabito would likely have been a God tier contender earlier on, right? He literally is stated to master the 2 forms of Hisame at the age of, by the age of 8 actually. Not even by the age of 10, by the age of 8. So as an 8-year-old, he already had Snow and Mist form mastered. And then at the age of 10, he killed a grown man who's a frontline Kimyo. Sabito was stated to be a prodigy twice. By his wife and by the now rank 1 of the God tier. I don't think Kofi being younger than Sabito makes him better than what people are making it out to seem. Like, especially from what we just saw, but we don't even have to use that, right? We don't have to use that. Right? I do think it's closer fight between Kofi and Sabito with Rebuke. I don't think Sabito has a counter. Sabito's Black Ice, and Ice is definitely a counter to Kofi. I still give it to Sabito for his BIQ. Was it battle IQ? That's if you're forgetting something. That's if Kofi can get to that point, and I don't see him getting to that point. I don't see him getting to that point for one. I feel like the reason Kofi was able to get to the point of even having his talent leak is because he's fighting against basically himself. He's essentially they're basically going blow for blow using Tyson. So higher impact essentially just means higher heat, right? Higher heat adage. So it's a lot easier for Kofi to gain heat, which he actually says in one of these episodes. I think it's not Nuke. I think it's this one. It's either this one or 155. Where he says he never gained so much heat, right? Off of one impact. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, I don't think it's this one. I think it's the... let me see. It might be the other one. Yeah, I think it's the other one, right? But the grand point I'm trying to make is that this wouldn't happen with Sabito, because Sabito's impact isn't impact, it's piercing and slashing damage. So he would, and these are things that we know Kofi is susceptible to. Where is it at? Is it here? I'm trying to find it. I just want to just to make the point. Just to make the point. Here. And jumpstart, see? So off of this, you could say it actually takes a little bit, but yes, it usually takes a long time for my heat to increase. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Look at this. It takes a long time for my heat to increase during battles. Now, he blames it on his opponents, right? Obviously, this is fair, this is fair. I think Kofi was able to use Rebuke without going nuclear. He wasn't. He not only does he not do it, but like you can't argue that he can. It takes a long time for my heat to increase during battles. Now he says my opponents never seem to have enough bite, right? So basically he's saying that by the time his heat actually increases, his opponents are already dead. This would not happen against Sabito. This would not happen against Sabito. It would already take him a long time for his heat to increase, or however you want to interpret that. But on top of that, he's going to be taking damage from a nigga who's using a sword and piercing. So slashing and piercing damage, both things we've seen him actually be damaged by. Kofi can block brunt force damage all day. We've seen that. But that's not what Sabito uses. Even when he bashes the grown man as a kid, there's still like ice shards at the ends of those that are piercing into his body. This nigga Kofi, bro, I'm trying to tell y'all, it's not. And then this is the other point I made. But with you, I've never gotten this much heat from one strike, right? And this is directly because this nigga is literally hitting him with his own talent, right? Right? Like this like interaction is very unique for him because he's never been hit by somebody who's basically on his direct level, or who can hit him with the same force he's hitting them, right? This statement basically confirms that, right? It also, like he says, takes his long heat, a long time to build up. So his power at a base takes a while to increase, whereas Sabito would be able to kind of theoretically blitz him, however you want to see it. He can immobilize him, He can cut his limbs. He can pierce him. Like theoretically, if you want to say they're the same speed, it wouldn't happen so fast. But whatever. It's also a 2v1. It's also a 2v1. That agent's talent was to not be moved. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That doesn't take away from any points I'm making here. Essentially, his talent has nothing to do with what I'm saying. Overall, environmental cooldown with Snow Lily field making it even harder to heat up. If Kofi's talent was more reliant on storing kinetic energy, I think it would be closer for probably him with the last being sentenced, but closer. Yeah, but it's not. So shout out Sabito. He takes the dub. Oh, I do. What was the point you said? Was it you? I think Kofi was able to. Wait, no, not that one. Oh, I think Kofi got there solely off his power, but Sabito got there through skill. I agree, and it's very clear that skill, at least from this perspective, triumphs over his power, especially because his power takes a while, but like once it's up there, it doesn't stop. You know, because we saw he has no quote unquote limit, right? Like he can continue to grow in his strength, whereas that's not the case for Sabito. Sabito can only sort of up his ice damage once, and then he's like at the level he's at, right? In terms of like damaging, I guess. But he has sword skills, and he's a prodigy with his own talent, right? He's a prodigy with his talent. Now stated twice. So, and like you can almost make the argument that Kofi actually, how I would say like this: if Sabito is a stated prodigy with his talent, specifically by May, but what's his name? But Vadex sees him as a prodigy overall. Kofi doesn't seem like a prodigy with his own talent. Like, he's not as quote unquote skillful with it as Sabito is. Now, he does have great loads of power, but like, you know, does it matter? There's also the fact that Sabito's sword is like cold by itself, so you could also argue that his own weapon is going to be aiding and cooling Kofi down, right? I'm not gonna lie, this nigga kind of crazy, bro. Like, this statement just seems crazy to me. Like, this statement, it just seems so crazy to me. Oh, you said you were responding to Nara? What did Nara say? Oh, Sabito stopped the man in his tracks whose talent was literally, he couldn't be stopped. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it was not to be moved. Yes. I apologize. Yes, I see what you're saying. But he did also stop him. Does he? No. That final move was actually, he was actually moving. No, he was standing still. I think there is a scene where Sabito tries to walk. Or no, where the guy tries to walk and then Sabito slams him. I think that is a scene. Hypothetically, if Kofi was in his do you think Sabito would still win? Yes. There's the durability of Hisame. You could call it into question, but I'm pretty sure based off of the actual fight with the whatchamacallits, it's like Sabito's ice doesn't break often, I guess, like as a grown man. Like the dogs break through it, but like none of the soldiers we see actually get through it, right? From what I remember. Not gonna lie, no, I have it up, but I don't feel like looking at it. But yeah, there's also the stamina thing. Like, even if okay, so you said, so if he's in his form, would he still win? you can already argue that since Sabito is also a god tier, the radiation of Tyson isn't even going to be affecting him. So there's that, right? Now, let's just say that Sabito tries to block with his sword and it gets broken. Sabito has a literal weapon designed to use his ice as a sword. So it doesn't really like it doesn't really like it doesn't really like it doesn't really matter. Like it doesn't matter. Like so even if his weapon gets broken, he can have another one. So you could also take it the route of like, okay, if Sabito is now fighting a peak heat Kofi, that's when he would just pull out Hisame. And now it's a 2v1 fight. Right? Now it's a two ice users versus one. So now it's the literal talent who Kofi will not be able to damage at all. And Sabito, who are basically best friends. Right? From the interpretation. So like what's he gonna do at that point? Like realistically, what's he gonna do? And then I mentioned this. I just said it was inconsistent. I think I said it was yeah, just natural inconsistency. Yeah. It's just natural inconsistency. I'm not gonna look at that. W comments. Appreciate all the comments, even the ones I disagree with. Helps the channel out. You guys are great. Let's get this going. You know, come back to this. But yeah. W video. How many views we had? We had 2100. Shout out to y'all just today. Y'all some great W likes. I can't look at shares from the screen. I can't look at the whatchamacallit from the screen. But yeah, that was the subject of the video or the stream. Now I do have a way to explain Konose's healing, and how it doesn't relate to the actual chi he is using in his attacks, right? This explanation directly relies on the fruits, actually. So this is how I personally would explain it if I had to. Or if like Brent was like, I saw you didn't like my lack of explanation, how would you explain it? In a sort of condescending tone, but that's not who Brent is. But you guys get the point. So Mur ate the fruits. Mur ate the fruits, okay? The fruits not only increased his chi, but increased his size. We could technically say that since Mur is the first living talent being made out of chi, that the fruits also had a sort of mutation effect on the chi of his body. So instead of normally healing using the chi that he possesses, the chi of his body, instead of being destroyed entirely and healing, sort of regrowing naturally, it actually dissipates and then reconstitutes, and that's the healing that we see. This would explain his immortality and his lack of dying, because he's essentially never, I guess, truly taking damage. Like this is like the immortality concept fully embodied, right? He's literally regrowing from nothing, essentially. So when we see him heal in episode 159, that would be his chi being destroyed, dispersed, and then reconstituting and coming back and I guess essentially reforming. So he's not taking damage and like I guess being destroyed in like a Chat, we're back. L connection, but we're back. I'm not sure why that happened. I actually looked at my my freaking whatchamacallit, and we're fine. I don't know. Kind of like when you try to destroy a talent, like when they try to destroy the vials, how they would just disperse and then come back together. That's essentially what Konos would be, right? Right. That's what he would be. But that doesn't seem like it would be the case for every living talent. He just seems like an exception. There's my background music. I was tripping. Okay, it's close, but we don't know if Sabito is durable enough to take a hit. But hitting him wouldn't be easy. But I do believe Kofi can break his ice. I don't think so. Maybe if he heats up, if he's comparable to the Great Four, wouldn't people near that caliber be the ones to break the ice if Kofi overheats? I see it, but not if he doesn't. That's fair. Sabito got it though. That's just me. Though Sabito doesn't have any. Sabito himself doesn't have any durability feats that we've seen. But I guess he's the like the based on Brent, he's the like not get hit, kind of like not get hit character, or like gets hit rarely kind of type of thing. So if Sabito or Hisame, what not? Well, hold on, let me remember. If Kofi does manage to hit him, he will do damage, but it's questionable how much damage it'll actually be, for one, right? But also, you can't discount Hisame. Like, Hisame will protect Sabito. Like he will. Of his own accord. And he's like glad to do it. I guarantee you, Sabito could have turned around and cut the Kimyo himself that was gonna attack him from the rear. But he let Hisame protect him. So I mean, like, the fact that Sabito has access to a talent that will protect him, that Kofi cannot interact with, is a very big problem for him, right? And you can't discount him at all. Like, you can't discount Hisame at all in the conversation, right? If you think they're even in terms of, like, I guess, combat skills, Sabito, by technicality, has a better stamina feat while using something that is actively draining more of his chi more continually than Kofi using something that drains his chi in bigger bursts, right? So Sabito has the better stamina. The point of Sabito's ice, like the durability, you can argue, or I should say it's arguable, that kind of like Konos, Sabito can sort of figure out the sort of amount of chi he can pour into his ice when it's created to not be broken, basically. Like, a good example of this would actually come from the dogs, or like the dog beast thingies that break his ice initially, right? So we see them literally burst through, like burst and break ice. I might actually have to pull this up because I think it's a better visual than it is just me explaining it. But they literally burst through and destroy ice, and then almost immediately after, Sabito basically puts up a wall that the dog can't get through. Okay. Right here. So these niggas burst through some sort of ice, right? They just burst through something, right? Actually, I think it's because they were frozen, right? So I say this because yes, like he froze some people. This nigga isn't frozen. Actually, he is. Yeah, so like he freezes people. So yeah, so if everybody's frozen right here, if everybody's like initially frozen, these niggas broke out if it's something crazy, or these niggas just didn't get frozen. But low key they shouldn't be moving. It doesn't matter though. But these niggas, if they were frozen, they break out of it, and then Sabito stabs this one, and then he likely, it has to be him. He literally puts up a wall that he can't get through, right? So like he put more chi into the wall, and it looks like it's him because he's touching the ground, right? Kind of like when he was a kid, right? Yeah, kind of like when he was a kid. So he's putting more chi into the ground that he can't get through, and then he just finishes him off, right? So it's very arguable that Sabito will do the same thing with Kofi. And at some point, whether it be sooner or later, potentially before or after Kofi gets to like a leaking point, Sabito will have a level of chi placed into his ice that Kofi can't break. And I'm not gonna say you can't argue against that, but like at that point, Kofi would have to use Rebuke or Twin Spear, right? Likely Rebuke, but you can also kind of still argue that he could either increase the level of ice in retaliation, and then make it even more difficult. But that's kind of like if he survives it. It's kind of like if he survives Rebuke, right? That's kind of like if he survives it. But you could also argue that I guess Hisame could react to it, but I don't know about all that one. I don't know about that one. One punch from Kofi and Sabito's dead. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Especially not like a base. Like, hell no. Especially a Sabito or a Kofi who hasn't even had accumulated heat yet. Like, they're basically starting the fight at a base level. So Kofi has no heat. Niggas ain't thinking. But yeah, that's really all I wanted to say with that. You also have to like think of like this technique right here. This technique, like, what is Kofi gonna do against this, bro? Especially if he has no like notable heat amp, right? Like we kind of see him able to just like turn around with Konos, right? But then in this same instance, Sabito blitzes in front of him. So it's like he would have to assume that he's directly gonna attack him from behind, or like he would have to basically know which angle he's gonna attack him from. And Sabito's like not directly dumb enough like Konos to just attack him from the rear. He literally blitzes right back in front of him and rips his mask off. Right? And then even when he was a kid, he kind of attacks high just to go low, right? Right. So like there's so much more to it. Like Sabito has so many more techniques to either avoid being damaged, or do damage or encounter that will just lead to Kofi's downfall. Like you can argue that one hit from Kofi kills him, but like they're on the same level, so that shouldn't even be the case. Like that shouldn't even be the case. Like they're on a similar tier level. And if they're starting from basically the ground up, Kofi has no overall heat amp. But I'm not going to talk about that anymore. Screen. There it is. It depends if he has enough chi to do that constantly over their fight, but at this point, the bull versus the matador, if Kofi gets his gets in his peak, he wins. But if Sabito, I don't agree. But if Sabito keeps him at bay, he wins. I don't agree with that. But Sabito literally has enough chi to fight for multiple days, whereas Kofi definitively did not show that. So we can already give the chi to Kofi. Kofi's not placed above in his spot because he has more chi than Sabito, right? Right? Sabito is also fighting for 3 days with something that's constantly draining his chi. Whereas Kofi only has techniques that drain his chi in big bursts. I guarantee you Sabito has enough chi to do that. Basically, Sabito has more win conditions than Kofi. And let's just put it like that. Sabito has more win conditions than Kofi. Especially starting from a base to base level. But everything that Sabito and Kofi or everything that Sabito can do at a base or like I guess at a sort of lesser playing field, at a lesser playing field, is the same thing he'll be able to do when Kofi is leaking or is overflowing, right? He has more tactics, right? He literally can have a full environmental advantage. That's something Kofi has not dealt with. A full environmental advantage. He literally formed a fortress that shot an ice spear. So if Sabito needs to, he'll form a fortress and just give him even more environmental advantage. He said, yeah, he's not going to be leaking us. They fighting for days. Sabito doesn't have brute force output, so it'll take longer, plus being cooled as well. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, like niggas not really like taking that into account or something. Like what, like Kofi's fighting an uphill battle. This like almost exactly the same way, right? If I'm not mistaken, nobody was able to actually damage the fortress. Yeah, we don't actually see anybody damage the fortress. We just know that they like dropped some bombs in it. Like we just know that they were like able to. They found an opening basically, but you could imply they did, but I don't think they did. Right? Like I don't think they did. But yeah, like it's just Kofi will be fighting an uphill battle. We have basic ice manipulation, great swordsmanship, slashing damage on top of that. We have field terrain advantage because Sabito can literally make an area of ice. We have disappearing techniques. We have a literal fortress that he even uses partially as a kid. We have stronger ice. Like if we just knew how good black ice was, this probably wouldn't even be a conversation. But black ice is too vague to use as a win con. But it's still an option. It's just stronger ice. It's like if you really don't think that Sabito or that if you don't think that the regular ice can get the job done, ice that is better than the regular will do something. True, but it's a guarantee. It's guaranteed that he'll have to put chi into his ice. I don't know if he can do that for 3 days. But I agree, at a base Sabito will win. I mean, he was kind of doing it for 3 days, if we're really being honest. But like closer. I don't think it's that close in my opinion. So who do you think is more durable, Konos or Sabito? the thing is that Sabito or Konos was being shot by bullets, right? And we do not know if those bullets are laced with rock armor, right? It's also kind of implied that Konos isn't even using rock armor to defend. So you can kind of say they might have similar levels of durability, but Sabito should have rock armor. Radiation is more of a problem than Kofi himself. Like, Konos is being damaged by actual explosions, right? Like actual explosions, right? Even if it's like weak explosions, he's still being damaged by them. The shock and electrocution, they don't do anything against him, but the piercing damage, the focus impact damage, right? And then he adapts to it, so now he's durable, or I guess more durable to specific sorts of attacks, right? But we literally see that he's being shot, like he's actually being shot by bullets, and it's just undeterminable if those bullets have rock armor lacing on them, right? In my opinion, I don't think they do, right? Which is the same sort of instance with Goro, where he was being shot and the bullets were just damaging him, right? And this fits because at some point, Konos would likely just sort of adapt to the bullets and then they wouldn't do anything. The same way he was doing to Kofi, right? Right? But Sabito, by virtue of being a god tier, should be able to make himself more durable. Though you can also argue that he doesn't put the chi into doing that, and simply would rather put the chi into his overall techniques in ice manipulation, which I think fits his character more. So at that point, we're just saying that they have similar levels of durability, right? But Sabito can definitively react to actual gunfire by virtue of being a god tier, right? And so bullets wouldn't even hit him. Unless it's like cloaked in whatchamacallit. Seems like immortals just spam regen rather than use rock armor when needed, since it'll make more sense to put chi into regen rather than rock armor, since your mortality isn't a problem. You think Tevin could beat... Is that Konos or Vayal at his strongest? Is that what that's supposed to be? Is that supposed to be Konos? I think Tevin could actually probably do better than... Well, I think Tevin has a better chance of doing well against even Vayal this season. And I agree with your point, Nora. I think that's just how Brent likes to depict immortal characters as sort of not being like he basically decides that like which stat is more important, regen or durability. So like for what's his name? So for Shay, his durability wasn't important, and regen was. But then he switched it and made regen more important made durability more important than regen, right? Right. It's like he decides which stat, or I guess he sees it kind of like as a whatchamacallit, like a spectrum, I guess. And he sort of decides which stat is more relevant for the character, right? And so for like I said, for Shay, it's like a flip flop. But then for like immortal characters, like basically like all of them that we see except for Thanatos, and Veil. Actually, no, except Thanatos. Goro doesn't have good durability. Konos doesn't seem like he has good durability. Um, Thanatos does have good durability up until a certain point. And then, what's his name? And then Veil. Veil was hit by even whatchamacallit. So I don't think his durability is as good as like Bjorn's or somebody. Tevin is Konos with slower adaptability. Seems like the attribute to adapt adds to Tevin's hide, making it more durable but heavier. Yes, I agree. That's also stated, I don't remember which episode, but it is stated in the fight against... What is his name? Ryu. Konos' DNA adjusts to him, or adjusts to make him adapt, so right now Tevin couldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't even put Tevin in to running to fight Konos. That's just not a good idea. That's just not a good idea. Tevin doesn't have the sort of like overwhelming capability to damage him. Like, Tevin would probably need to be in. You could argue that he could damage him with a thunderclap. You could argue that. But I definitely think like starting out, Tevin has a better chance like at the initial steps with overdrive in Lion Eye. But we didn't even see that this season, so I don't even want to talk about it. But what we did see this season was Rhino Hide and actually show its improved durability with just the keratin. And since you said is it supposed to be at Tevin's strongest or at their strongest? I think it's supposed to be at Tevin's strongest. If you fought him, it's kind of situational. It's situational. I don't agree with that. It's just situational. What was the only? I think he's the really the only one we've seen. So you're asking if a god tier Tevin could beat him at his strongest? Probably, but we haven't seen him, so it's just one of those conversations that we shouldn't even talk about because it's just not fair because we don't know what we're talking about. Like that's like asking me if I think the Beast Gaki can beat Minamoto. Nigga, I don't know. Maybe. I need to see more Blacksmith Hide from Tevin. It should have been shown this season. I'm telling you, man, like, if... I'm going to bring this up in my season review, but... Brent should have capitalized. Now, it technically wouldn't make sense for what we saw, like, considering he was fighting pirates and such, but there's still a fun way to do that. But like, if Tevin fought somebody, actually, I should say like this: if they all sent somebody to kill what's his name, Elon Jr., it would have been very interesting if that person was somebody that had Ryu's memories. That would force... That capitalizes on the prior idea that Andrea mentions of them potentially having memories, but then it forces Tevin to use Rhino or Blacksmith Forge because he's fighting somebody who, even though he's trained, is aware of what his current Kaids can do, whereas Ryu never saw Blacksmith, so he can get away with using Blacksmith and like 1 or 2 tapping this new guy, right? That would be great. That'd be a great fight. That's a great fight conceptually. Do you feel based off this season, does he deserve to be a god tier besides in his ideals? No. He's like only even somewhere in the pillar range. Like, we don't even know how much chi he has. We don't know, like, we can't even like really gauge that. like his power isn't just on display. Like we don't know. Like if we like had to put somebody like technically, and I'm not even saying that Lewis should be a god tier, but like he's more deserving of it because he fought Veil. Like if he actually had the chi of Veil to really contend with him, like fully, then he's by nature more deserving of it. I feel like this season ended in the same place as last season. How season 4? I don't agree. I don't agree with that one. Season 2 actually finished the plot. Season 2 actually finished the plot it introduces. This season doesn't. How season 4 is going to be a timescape with half answered questions is a wonder to me. Better not be a dumpster fire. I'm gonna still be here, but like I'll just be shitting on it in stream. I'll be shitting on it in stream, not in the review videos, unless it's necessary, like 160 and 139. W slander. Oh, in regards to that, this season needs to continue. Like we need another like 50 episodes of this season. Basically, like this season's plot isn't over. So to start another plot doesn't make sense, right? Like it just doesn't make sense. Yeah, see? Yeah, season 3 was the most complete, plot finished and set up for season 3 perfect. Exactly. Season 2 is probably the perfect slash best season. This season it starts good and then just ends bad, and then season 1 is just like it's literally the entry point, so it's kind of has highs and lows in its certain area, but like overall it's not horrible, right? And it still ends like the plot of season 1 still ends, like it still finishes. The plot of season 3 doesn't. Like it doesn't. Like neither plot finishes. And the reason I say neither is because you can consider like Ronin as its own plot, like as like the new plot of the season, but it doesn't wrap up. Like it's not like Shay isn't Ronin by the time the season's over. Like it's just bad. It's just bad. I was saying that as a bad thing, like it's leading up to something that should have been shown this season. Yeah, I agree. I mean, yeah, no. We're on the same page, my nigga. We're on the same page. Trust, we're on the same page. He said bare minimum 25. Yeah, there's just like this season just like I guess like the continuation. We just need we need the plot that was introduced in episode 14 that has to finish. Like we should have saw that. Like that's how the season should have ended. But we're still at like half the plot. Like we're still at like half the plot basically. Like we're still in the sort of stopping Thanatos plan thingy as opposed to like actually fighting and beating him. So like in my opinion, I'm gonna talk about this in the review. Thanatos showing up in 144, bad call. It would have actually made so much more sense to send the 3 Gaki he sent out there, or like the 2. They're actually technically at 4, but it would have made sense for him to send those Gaki, like just have them out there. Like Thanatos doesn't need to be there. I like the idea of Thanatos still slowly gaining power, but Thanatos basically flexed and then got boomed, or semi got boomed, and then kind of got saved, literally. So the thing is that Shay isn't an antagonist though. Like that's not like his character. Or that's not the depiction Bren is actually doing. I'll say it like that instead, because Shay can be an antagonist, at least for the characters in the series, but how he's depicted to us, that's not who he is, right? I thought it was a political power move on his end, kind of like an announcement to the world of his return. Yeah, but then that just causes contention, and then like 145 is a good episode for the lesson, but overall, it's just not good for the plot movement. Like I like what he did with the episode, like how like I like what he did with it, but I don't like that it basically tells the readers too soon that Shay can beat the bad guy, and that's not good, right? It would have been a lot better, okay, or I should say it like this, right? Um, it would have been much better if like the moment Shay was going to attack him, Thanatos just left, right? That way Shay literally kills everybody. And then it's a more of a one-on-one conversation with him and the Father, or him and Jesus, right? However you want to, whatever you want to call him. It's more that way. It's more personal. It's a lot more personal, and it's a lot more like a why did you do that sort of thing. But then Thanatos is still there, and then Shay's like, "Nigga, just kill him," and he's like, "Calm yourself." So I think like if we're gonna do like the political power move, it's still more interesting for Thanatos to sort of work behind the scenes and kind of slowly dismantle the world, as opposed to him like being there and then like challenging Shay's ego basically, just for Shay to prove this nigga wrong, and yeah, he's willing to boom everybody. Like it would have been so crazy if like Shay pulled up to the room of creation and then God told him he killed everybody and Thanatos left. Like that would have been insane. He just wasn't even there anymore. Oh man. Now he really feel bad. I feel like that would actually give Shay a reason to feel remorseful. Where he just like doesn't anymore. Like he just doesn't. Like, he doesn't care. Like he literally doesn't care. What's another thing? Again, so if we don't go that route, right? Like we don't go that route at all, which I think is like semi better. I like the idea of the Gaki just fighting the gods here that are present. Mikhail's there, Reed is there, Ian shows up, Andrea's there. We have 4 Gaki that were present. Berto, Ariel, the Beast Gaki, and the Corrosion Gaki that showed up with Thanatos, right? If he just sends them, we actually have conflict, right? We have good conflict, right? And then now, do I like those matchups? Not technically, but the idea of like an initial sort of scuffle occurring is way more interesting because that's kind of what's being set up. We can give Reed a feat. We can give Ian a feat. Dre probably won't do nothing. Not gonna lie, she's not that useful right here. But Mikhail, we can give like the hands a feat. Like there's just a lot of potential to kind of do something in that time period than what was actually done. And then like the aftermath of it is like a whole new plot, basically. Like a whole new plot that doesn't even really finish up the first plot, right? So I do like 145, like as a Christian, and like the message and like the obviously the art, amazing, but overall, overall, it's just not it. Or like I guess it's sort of like in a grander story aspect, it's just not it. You're right. I just think Brent didn't have the time or know how to bring it, just introduce God. Um, there's just different points he could have done it. Honestly, it almost makes like he has a angelic being at his shoulder. I mean, Come on, bro. You can't introduce him like during his training. Like we couldn't have had like a you are the plan in his training, and that way it makes more sense for Shay to sort of fall off the path and then get back on it the right way. Like there's a lot of better ways to do that. True post time is it seems like he's not the lead, and I don't think him being the antagonist would make him a villain necessarily. Um, that's true. At Abel's, I think it's supposed to say mansion. It should have been a brawl. Reed and Mikhail were right there, and Mina and Abijah were right down the street. Minamoto's not there, so that's wrong. And we don't know where Abijah is actually. We haven't seen Abijah since then, so we don't even know if he was still there. Um, it's kind of like implied he's there, but he doesn't even show up where everybody else is, so it's almost like he's not there. So I wouldn't count him there. So I wouldn't count either of them there. Um, yeah, because up until that point, the world itself didn't know about him being back, so him showing up on the news would have been raw. If we got a panel of him, wait, a panel of seeing it at home, looking at the same, I agree. As they did when the first world felt Shay True Chi. Um, that wouldn't have been that bad. I was thinking more like a Vayal versus Shade sort of news thing. God said He opened the hearts of those who help those to help Shay. If I see some Mickey Mouse turn around from a villain, I'm gonna be pissed. Abijah had an assignment. Yeah, he's just not there. Like he was basically assigned there, and then he like left. He was like, all right, we fucking missed him, y'all. I'll be back though. Like, bro, help, help. Another thing is like if Abijah was there, I think he would have went straight for Thanatos, but he just didn't. So I don't think he was still like in the Trinidad area. I definitely think Thanatos should have shown up on the news like the world knowing about Thanatos definitively would have been great. I do think like it would have been like a way to sort of like circumvent that would have been really good to see, political leaders questioning what happened in Trinidad just for them to use Thanatos as a scapegoat, right? And actually make him aware and then use like the footage of him being there um as sort of like literally as a scapegoat, right? That would have been great. That would have been fantastic actually. But yeah, I'm really just I'm another like aspect of that I'll touch on in the review is like Gary getting a damaging feat on Roberto as opposed to Reed who has a literal gun, and Ian who Roberto wants to fade, who was there. I also don't think Ian should have been freed, but that's another conversation. Um, but like Roberto got shot and then didn't fade nobody, but like why didn't Reed shoot him instead? Like that would have been crazy. That would have been crazy. Like we got a talent description. We got a double talent description because we got I and Rye and Reed, and this nigga does not up any pole. No cheese shots, nothing. Fake flexing. Andrea is actually, I'm not gonna say she's the most useful there, but like she like has more presence than even Reed and Mikhail. Mikhail got that like we shouldn't even really be doing anything aura, but Andrea literally sends out an insurrection wave that is the reason Thanatos stops walking forward. My nigga, you're telling me Reed, Mikhail, Alice, what is her name? Almara. Nobody decided to like force this nigga to stop moving. So when we learned in 128 that these guys are bound to fight Thanatos, why are we all just standing here? Like, why is it taking us a long time to actually get into action? If I'm a god tier and my literal reason, like my literal job, the reason I'm in the position I'm in is a really big op. And he's standing there, I'm not talking, bro. It's actually on site. It's actually on site. Like, it's like he's literally the reason I had this job. I have to stop. Like, and we as a collective are bound to stop him. My nigga. My nigga. Why are we talking? Why are we not even why are we talking? Why are we letting him talk? It would have been so crazy if Minamoto, Reed, like any of them just tried to attack him and like the Gaki like stepped in. Oh my gosh. There's just so much aura loss right there. You know how much aura the Beast Gaki would have if Reed tried to shoot him? And even though Roberto's right there, he just stood in front of it and palmed it. Oh my gosh, the aura. Oh my gosh. Nigga. That would be crazy. Oh my gosh, such a missed opportunity. I can't wait. I'll talk about it in the review way more concisely, but like it's just like there's so much more that could have happened right there just for us to get Shay Anger ult. Like, and then as a Christian, I'm not gonna hit a why is God here, but like why is God at this specific instance, like at this instance. Like, if it would have been a little bit more interesting if we saw Shay's more personal connection, since he's literally Bible studying and like he prays right before, like at the start of 117. It would have been a little bit more interesting to see his personal connection during his training, right? Right? I don't know, man. A lot of missed opportunity there. Okay, what you said. I'm curious about what was Brent's thought process about that chapter. Roberto probably would have died for real. I don't know about that, but there's definitely some aura there. Mikhail got that God got us aura. That's funny. While Reed is spazzing out, it doesn't help that Brent teased the Beast Gaki and Roberto, who are my two favorite Gaki, saying, well, I don't really care for Roberto, but Beast Gaki, my nigga walked in clean as hell. He walked in clean as hell. And then we literally never saw him again, basically. Like, we don't even see him on panel ever again. He said, why are we letting him talk is crazy. It's not, though. Like, you said, why shouldn't Ian have been freed? Because it does nothing. It doesn't add anything to the story. It literally does nothing. It's far more interesting for it to be a political thing, for Ian to still be in jail, as opposed to Junie going, we just got fucking bodied by Thanatos. This nigga has to be free. And then Ian literally doesn't do anything when they're there. Like he does not. He just stands there. We don't see no armor show up. We don't see no Migdal L show up. He just stands there. There's no reason for Ian to be free because he does nothing when he's out of jail. Keep that nigga locked up and let the proper authorities pardon him. Or we could have went an even better route and actually had Gary be part of the reason he's free, right? What's up, Exile? There's just a lot more potential than simply letting him, than like Junie getting him just because she feels he needs to be free. Like there's more to it. Like, I wanted a more political aspect to it, and we didn't get that. We didn't get that at all. The gods here need that King Von mentality apart from the tweaking out part. They definitely need to be on timing, like the same way they were on timing for Thanatos, or for Shay when they thought he was Thanatos. They should have been on that timing when Thanatos was actually in their faces. This nigga Reed was ready to off Shay because he didn't want to take chances. But Thanatos is literally there monologuing and you're doing nothing. Nothing. You're literally doing nothing. This nigga is yapping in your face. You are ready to off the wrong guy, and you're standing there doing nothing. Are we serious? Are we serious? I don't know if any Gaki would have died. They outnumbered the gods here in pure power. Yeah, I agree. Shay really pulled up a Mister from Boondocks. I don't get that reference. Gary showing up, or yeah, showing up would have been more impactful for the Trinidad Force because at this point, the Greyhounds are outweighing Code Force in skill and they've been at it for 3 generations of Rosses. Reed was coming up with a plan. Man's trash, but if we was going to get a god tier, wait, fight end of season, it should have been Reed. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair because Reed kind of like opens the season in a way with like 127. Oh, Mister, that guy. Got you. Now I get the reference. Yeah, Reed kind of opens the season in a manner of speaking with 127. And then he shows up again, and then he shows up again. And then nothing, right? But yeah, but another thing about Gary with Ian is that Ian's very unique. Ian was a Patmos guard who became a normal citizen, more or less, in Trinidad. So he's a Trinidadian citizen. So a Trinidadian citizen who's basically now taking over their government, coming to vouch for him would have been crazy. Right? But Junie got like some random letter with who knows what it said definitively, handed to some random guard, and this nigga's free. And he does nothing. Like Brent literally said, or actually I shouldn't say verbatim because I actually don't remember, but in the Otaku Fix video, he implies that there will be legal trouble, which is what I mentioned in my review, in my discussion of that interview. Yet Ian, when we see him in 14, he looks perfectly fine. This nigga, he is not feeling bad at all because Code has his back. And then Junie freed him. This nigga is cruising through life right now. He lost his legs? No, he didn't. He got new ones. He got glow stick legs perma. He got a grade 4 level talent. This nigga is cruising through life right now. He don't gotta do nothing. I like Ian so much. I like his concept. I like what his character is supposed to be for the series. But this nigga hasn't done anything cool since season 2's finale. And he hasn't had any political impact either. What are we doing, Brent? Come on. How come they didn't report to Code as soon as they saw Thanatos? I mean, I don't really have an answer for that because they don't like call Code's hotline. Code don't got a hotline. They were essentially just going to fight him, right? Like they were going to fight him. They were just gonna fight him, and then at some point, I guess Code would have like understood that Thanatos was there, and they probably would have tried to send help, like some like Vatic. They probably would have tried to have Vatic sort of like make contact with Kevin, you know, like they could have like done a sort of like impromptu prophecy type of thing, right? But like it just didn't happen like that because Shay decided to kill everybody. And it's kind of like it's not like they were expecting him to be there, but like they definitely I don't even know. Oh, they weren't expecting Thanos to be there, but they were expecting a sort of grand fight for sure. I feel like I feel like they were expecting like kind of like they were kind of expecting the Gaki, like subconsciously, I guess. Because they're under the pretense that Abel is working with Thanatos, so it kind of makes sense that like Roberto showed up basically, right? Because I mean he wasn't there when the ship blew up, but he shows up like not soon after the whatchamacallit blows up, the stadium blows up, right? Glow stick legs is wild. I mean, you can't even see it, but like you look at the armor he got on in the right there, and like look at his little legs, like those don't look, that's not a glow stick, bro. He literally lights up everywhere he's at. Shay blew up a mountain and diverted their attention. And Ian's highest feat is in season one to this day, where he runs through the dude, or where he bashes the Titans. There should really be a better way to get the attention of more powerful characters in the verse. Um, eh, 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 eh. I like the idea of like characters or like strong characters not having like the most immediate or direct comms. It forces characters to like kind of do things themselves. Like it forces niggas to be in situations where they have to be in, right? When he beats the Titan Generals in the okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. That was funny. But the thing is that to like add to your point, Exile, like Sonya definitively like has like comms with code. Like she's sending information somewhere. So like it almost makes sense for like that to be a consistent thing with other characters, and it just isn't. Like it's just not. It's just not. Um, that kind of makes you wonder like why she's so special to like have direct comms with like some informant area of code. Um, but there's also like a I don't want to say it. My freaking wrist hurts. There's also like a what's the word I'm looking for? No. That's not the point I was gonna make. The point I was gonna make wouldn't have made sense. But yeah, I do like the idea of like characters being separated and like them not having like immediate like or the most immediate access to Code HQ. Especially because like Code sort of sends people out and kind of expects them at least to do like they don't. It's not like they're directly sending them to their death. They're expecting them to do well and to come back basically. Like for example, Andrea, like she's literally sent from Japan to wherever Noragiri was, and they're just expecting her to do good, right? And they'll probably contact headquarters like depending on how the mission goes, right? Another thing about like global contact is the pillars. The pillars are like seemingly able to contact each other from wherever the others are. Eric is in Shahelian, but the other three fly there. So he contacted them from wherever they were from the mountains, and they basically flew straight there. So it's like there's just weird instances where it's like there's just weird instances where it feels like where it's like it's consistent or like where it's like certain characters are meant to contact each other and others like aren't, you know. Oh, another example. There's actually a couple more examples. In season 2, Bjorn and Bonnie are like contacting like Code and like kind of coordinating, right? Some of like the area basically. But even still, it also feels like they're in direct contact with Aldrich to like a small degree. But then there's also this season where Kofi and Sonya disregard aid. Like they choose to send aid elsewhere. So that means at some point, one of the soldiers told Sonya that, or maybe before their mission, it's a little unknown, but it's possible that kind of during the fights or when Sonya wasn't where Sonya wasn't in direct conflict with the child Gaki, that one of the soldiers could have informed her that they want, like, Code wants to know if you guys want to request aid, right? And he basically could have denied it for them, essentially. So there's like random, like, moments like that, right? Like random moments like that, right? But it's like not consistent for them to go, "Hey Vatic, I need you to go to this longitude and this latitude right now," right? That's never been consistent. Basically, it's more like I'm not gonna say it's situational, but for them to call, for them basically like to call people, um, more often than not, just isn't happening, right? Now, how come the people didn't feel Thanatos chi worldwide? Did he hide it, or because he doesn't have his body, he doesn't have the same connection? I think Shay's uh, an is there another word for an anomaly that I can use? But I think Shay being an anomaly is like the change, right? It's like the change. Um, I think while Thanatos' chi comes from the ether, I think Shay's like reveal. Um, how do I describe it? I think Shay's reveal is supposed to be um maybe like more apparent. I guess I don't know. Um, like, because there's no real way to explain it because the or maybe we could explain like this, like, or I should say it like this. Shay is stated to be an anomaly, right? I guess. But I guess for the same like sort of instance, like, and I guess the same reason, like, they don't know where Kane was, um, is the same reason they didn't know where Thanatos was, right? Like, right? So, or that Abel showed up, right? So, like, I don't think Abel, because that explained that. I don't care about Tao Hong. There, the hold on. Let me gather my thoughts. Um, because if like Thanatos' chi was going to be like a worldwide phenomenon all the time, um, or like at least at big instances, it would be more consistent throughout history for them to find him. But I think Shay being a sort of anomaly allows his initial connect, his like personal connection to the ether to be different, than even like the Thanatos talent itself, right? Like, it almost feels like Thanatos works like a regular Kimyo. Um, yeah, it almost feels like Thanatos works like a regular Kimyo. It's just that his chi, or like his well pull of chi, or the chi he can access, comes from the ether, whereas Shay's body is like the doorway to the ether that his soul is like a more in tune to, I guess. And like that's why he's an anomaly, because you can't really explain it in a way that makes the best sense. Like, or I guess like him being an anomaly is explainable, but to explain like why he can be felt and why others is can't, or why, like, I guess can, or why Abel, like, can't be felt, especially when at the end of season 2, when Abel actually becomes a Thanatos vessel, like, I guess he's just not an anomaly to the Thanatos body vessel concept. So I guess it doesn't apply to him, right? Shay's like the first instance of a character who has the Thanatos body, but doesn't have the Thanatos talent, right? So it's almost like I guess like it's almost like he's literally an outlier. He's like a different situation entirely. You could kind of explain it, I guess, like what's his name? Reed Reed says Shay's soul faints restly upon all of them because they're all connected through the ether. So you could almost kind of say, and it's kind of weird, but you could almost kind of say that like Shay's soul, like Shay's soul is like sort of not ingrained in the ether, but like it's somewhat in tune with it to the point where like it makes sense for like them to feel his presence through the ether, right? Kind of. Whereas Thanatos like is more of like a if like everybody's their own individual circle, Thanatos is kind of like the far opposite end where he's slowly gaining more of the ether's chi for himself, like in his circle. And then Shay is kind of like at the center of the ether, spreading out. But yeah, very hard to explain, not gonna lie. Until proven otherwise based on these characters in season 3 showings, yeah. He's just an iPad kid for right now. That's okay. Anyone else notice when Kofi touches Vatic, he is not affected in the slightest? Yeah, Nora pointed it out. I also said it earlier, which is like kind of adds to the point I made also early about like radiation not affecting Sabito like in a potential fight, right? The reason I ask is Thanatos absorbs his allies to gain more chi, but it wouldn't need to do that if he was connected to the ether. So maybe he doesn't have access to it, or he just growth of chi. Wait, is limitless? Oh wait, or his growth of chi is just limitless, while doesn't have a chi limit. Okay, I see what you're saying. Let me look at 132 real quick. The thing is like 132 makes it seem as though like this is a consistent aspect of the Thanatos body as a whole. Okay, so yeah. Let's look at this together. It says, yeah. Oh, why does it feel the need to do that? Sometimes I hate this website. You notice how I didn't touch anything? Okay, yeah, so he doesn't possess a chi limit. That's because his body has chi, so obviously he doesn't have a chi limit because his body's ether. Yeah, so the chi is blah blah blah. And then he says this is the product of him existing in the Thanatos vessel. This is its true power, endless potential. So it's like I guess it shows up differently. I guess it just shows up differently for both characters, which I guess is the point you're trying to make. Because Shay is endless potential through endless like physical prowess potential through having the ether access through the body, whereas the Thanatos like naturally the Thanatos talent can like gain the chi that these people possess through the ether, basically, right? It doesn't really explain why his chi is the ether realm itself. It also begs the question of like, why doesn't Thanatos just also use the space he could have for more talents? Like, I guess Brent wants to show like he doesn't need more talents, but then it's like clearly Shay does. So it's like, what are we doing here? But yeah. So I guess it just shows up differently because like I guess all the chi that Shay would have access to would go to the talent as opposed to just being raw physical application. Just like, wait, what does it say? Wait, I know Kofi is resistant to radiation, but it seems like Vatic is more durable, so why didn't he jump? The idea is that Kofi's at a point where he like knows there's no coming back for himself, so he decides to sacrifice himself. That's the point, right? Vatic is by nature more important than Kofi. I'll tell you that. Talent to talent, Vatic is far more important than Kofi. Um, Experience to experience, Vatic has more experience, right? Like, Vatic is a more essential character than Kofi. I'll tell you that. It makes more sense for Kofi to jump and sacrifice himself than it does for Vatic to sacrifice himself in almost every aspect. Yeah, Shay has endless potential due to Ether, while Thanatos' growth potential is limitless. Um, Maybe the deciding factor in their last fight is the connection to the Ether. Not gonna lie, this wasn't really necessary. Like it's cool conceptually. I do like the explanation it helps bring, but I don't know. I don't really like. I don't know. I don't think about. It, I don't really like it. But yeah, Bro said, "Damn, that's rough." So if Chi is the gas, that Thanatos vessel is the pump, and the Thanatos talent is the car. Wait, if Chi is the gas, Thanatos vessel is the pump. Yeah, I think that's a similar explanation I used. I think I used a phone and a charger and a battery bank, but yeah, we're on the same page. Lord to lore, Kofi doesn't matter compared to Vatic. Yeah, she's just not relevant. Like Lord to lore, power to power, like nigga, drip to drip, nigga, like Vatic low key cleaner, especially in his state. I mean, nigga, efficiency to efficiency. Yeah, just is what it is. Can't do nothing about it either. But Thomas, I think I'm gonna start. I think I'm gonna end the stream here on this note. I pretty much did exactly what I wanted to do for this stream. I will tell y'all right now that as like the season actually ends and I sort of start to pump out the video, the video, the last review video, and then the follow up video after that, I will be trying to stream a lot more. I'm probably gonna start streaming consistently on Tuesdays and Saturdays. I'm thinking like Tuesdays will kind of be like a whatever stream. But like Saturdays will be like a gaming related stream. So like we'll always just game on Saturdays, and then we'll kind of do sort of discussions or anything like that, or reactions, or like maybe like read alongs on like Tuesdays. I'm thinking that's how I'll move from now on up until like the season comes back. It'll be a lot more, I guess, explained when I do my channel update video. But for now, that's kind of what I'm thinking in regards to streams. I think so far my stream setup is good. I don't think I need to like really advance on anything. I could probably fix like the text and the text bubbles, but like that'll just come with time. So far we're kind of doing good. We're kind of cruising. I appreciate y'all for showing up. All the times y'all do. I really appreciate y'all having like an open discussion. That's it's more the fun part of the stream, just kind of like getting to talk and really see where like everybody's head is at on like certain subject matters, regardless of agreeing or disagreeing. I really appreciate that. Very cool. I'm glad I got to sort of further discuss the subject of 160. And I do think I'm going to try and do this type of stream again with 161. It just depends on what the review looks like and what the comments look like on the video, but we can just kind of do a grand discussion of 160 and sort of just talk about why it's not, or 161, and sort of talk about why it's not the grand end that it should have been, right? But yeah. Streaming for 4 hours, 27 minutes. As always, the stream will be up. The VOD will be up once the stream is over. Y'all have a great night, amazing night. What am I gonna do? Probably go to the bathroom. Recycle that freaking orange chicken and rice I had earlier. I'll make sure y'all good. It's not really that late. Y'all going to sleep, get good rest. If y'all eating, eat something great. Stay hydrated. Stay well. The Lord loves you, and if you're not a believer, just move through life not being a bad person. Oh, I didn't even hit. This one. This is screen. It's been a minute, y'all. It's been a minute. But y'all go ahead and y'all have a great night, man. Y'all have a great night. I'll see y'all in the next stream.